The mountain region was dried up, scorched black. The rocks were blood-colored. This was Origin Star. Sure walked forward step by step, already approaching that ancient mine. It had quite the reputation in history, taking the lives of who knew how many powerful individuals. Nowadays, pretty much no one dared take the risk, only slaves being sent out. Of course, the lives of slaves were still lives, no one willing to waste them. Normally speaking, the slaves purchased by great sects were only used nearby to extract and not to enter the ancient mine. Currently, there were figures everywhere, all of them slaves, their clothes ragged and shabby, working hard here every day, all for the sake of being able to continue living. Xianxia became one of them. However, he didn't stop, not cutting open the mountain range like the others, but instead heading directly towards the heart of this place. This mountain region was extremely strange, incomparably sturdy, difficult for even heavenly deities to dig through. That was why, for ordinary cultivators, this was extremely difficult work. As he continued, many holes could be seen on the ground. There were figures everywhere, quite a few people busying about. This was the result produced after slaves tried their hardest. The rocks were sturdy, comparable to powerful magical artifacts. There were people who felt that the rocks here were extremely astonishing, definitely fine material for refining artifacts, able to be sold for great prices after being brought back to the outside world. However, when they left this place, everything changed, the rock material easily smashed to pieces. Only in this place did the rock pieces, granules, mountain ranges, and other things remain outstanding. Later on, everyone understood that this was because of the existence of Origin Ancient Mine, the secret force it constantly released affecting everything around it. As Xianxia headed further in, the ground became more and more quiet, and it became increasingly desolate as well, because there were less people the further in he went. A black-colored whirlwind blew past, turning a stone mountain into dust, filling the mountain range full of holes, the scene horrifying. Fortunately, it didn't last too long, disappearing soon afterwards. Xianxia's eyes widened, a bit stupefied, finding this hard to understand. He saw it clearly with his heavenly eyes. That black whirlwind appeared from thin air, rushing out only after the void warped slightly. That is the power of the domain. It isn't unusual for anything strange to happen in Origin Ancient Mine surroundings, someone warned. Xianxia became silent. This was precisely Origin Ancient Mine, just the outside abnormalities already like this. If he truly entered, what exactly was going to happen? He began to worry a bit for his own life. However, did he even have a choice now? The Wang family was forcing him forward from the rear. If he turned around, there was no way they would agree. Dao brother, wait a minute. Someone transmitted sound from behind, quickly catching up. These were experts sent by another great power, coming from different influential families and ancient sects, unexpectedly quite a few people. There were several dozen of them in total. They were going to explore Origin Ancient Mine, the great influential families and ancient sects working together to head there. It was clear that these were death knights raised by the clan after using up great resources. Now, it was the time to make use of them. Only Origin Ancient Mine was just too infamous. Even if these people didn't fear death, they were still feeling a bit nervous now, thus moving together. Finally, they were but a few dozen li from the entrance of the ancient mine. This group of people stopped, their minds all shaken up. While looking at that dark black entrance, their hearts were all shoved up to their throats. The ground surface around here wasn't digged into that much, because few people could walk here, let alone dared to act in such a risky manner. By now, this group only saw a few slaves scattered about, searching for divine materials in great cracks. In this area, one would occasionally find life stones, as well as some other rare heavenly treasures, all things that the various sects desired, to the extent where even immortal gold could be found. Only now, those things were just too hard to find. Suddenly, a miserable cry sounded. A streak of rainbow light flashed over from the distance. Several slaves turned into bloody mist, and then evaporated into nothingness. That was the radiance revealed after the void warped. It was clear that it still originated from Origin Ancient Mine. This place was extremely unstable, occasionally releasing mysterious energy. This seemed to be foretelling something, warning everyone not to take risks. When there was still 1,000 zhang distance between them, they could see the ancient cave clearly. It was pitch black like ink, as if there was an abyss there. What was shocking was that there were still slaves in this place. Even though it was just a few people, they were still working hard to search this area. Xianxia sighed. Even though these were slaves, they were actually all powerful individuals. For the sake of survival, they could only make a hard living here, only having a chance to live after obtaining some type of harvest. Ah! Miserable cries sounded. Heaven and earth source energy surged from that ancient mine, appearing on the surface of the earth, so several individuals wanted to go excavate that area. But in the end, they were all blasted apart. It had to be said that even though these people had long made their preparations, this still dealt them quite the mental blow. It was because even though the ones who died were slaves, they were all powerful individuals. However, they couldn't even take a single blow here. This place became quiet, only Xianxia and the several dozen people behind him left. They looked at the black cave 1,000 zhang out. That ancient mine was too deep. They could vaguely hear a breathing sound. Those several dozen individuals' faces changed. That cave seemed to be accompanied by a faint rising and falling sound. Xianxia walked forward, starting to advance again. The others' expressions were serious, following afterwards one by one. Do we really have to enter? Not many who entered Origin Ancient Mine have been able to return alive. There were people who swallowed with difficulty, shaking with fear now. However, they didn't have a choice. There were people watching behind them, so if they didn't advance, they would be dealt with later. What is there to be scared of? I'll go first. There was someone who was rather bold, quickly rushing forward. He wore black gold armor, turning into a streak of dark light, entering the ancient mine. This triggered cries of alarm. Not only were the creatures here shocked, even the powerful individuals watching in the distance became incredibly nervous. In that instant, bloody light surged, blood blooming, extremely striking. He directly died, unable to live. Xianxia felt a bit strange. This ancient mine was too frightening. Simply the most powerful, archaic, vicious beast. Bloody mouth opened wide, waiting for creatures to jump in. At the same time, he sensed an auspicious and peaceful aura. That was immortal energy. Perhaps it really was, as the Wang clan's people said. Only those with immortal energy could return alive. There is no way out. A wave of mysterious power from this ancient mine has locked onto us. Someone cried out in horror. Stop speaking nonsense. This is just a normal domain, all of us within its effective range. It isn't something a creature has released. Someone corrected, expression severe. Wang. The void warped. An expanse of ascension light suddenly appeared, drowning out everything nearby. Ah! Large amounts of miserable cries sounded. More than 20 individuals blasted through. Bloody holes appeared all over them, including the space between the brows, dying with their eyes still open. It was because in that instant, they couldn't hide even if they wanted to. Their bodies were restrained by the domain, helpless as the rain of light scattered down, piercing through their flesh and primordial spirit. Half of them died. Xianxia became vigilant. There were specks of light that flew towards him as well, but a strand of immortal energy within his body stopped it. Then, he didn't hold back, releasing 2 strands of immortal energy, walking forward. He already came here, there was no way out. When the others saw this, they clenched their teeth and followed. Even though the following individuals didn't have immortal energy, they were comparatively luckier, not within the range of the light rain. 1 step, 2 steps. Xianxia advanced, finally arriving before the black ancient mine. He raised his foot, entering inside, falling straight in. He entered. The others' expressions changed, feeling hesitation. Just stake it all, we're dead even if we back out. As Death Knights, we should have this type of realization. The group of people all jumped down after him, but halfway down, large amounts of miserable cries sounded, falling while carrying horror and unwillingness. In the distance, many people stood in the sky, watching the circumstances here. Those great figures' expressions all changed. This was too miserable, watching as those people exploded. Hao entered the ancient mine, falling for a long time before stopping. Then what fell was a rain of blood, as well as white bone pieces. He knew that the creatures that followed him had pretty much all died. He sensed a tremendous killing intent here. If not for the immortal energy around his body, he would have been immediately crushed to death. Inside the ancient mine, there were some areas that were extremely dark, while there were other places that were brilliantly colored. There were also places where immortal mists swept about, making the scenery rather indistinct. Not too far from How, a human-shaped creature could be seen, incredibly aged. He wore a Taoist robe, white hair scattering down to the floor, just too long. At this moment, he confronted How, a pair of pupils golden in color. They were like two small suns, releasing a terrifying aura. How broke out into a cold shiver. He had just entered, yet he already encountered a creature from this ancient mine? He discovered with shock that the 10,000 spirit diagram had appeared on its own, releasing a hazy light, protecting him within, resisting this elder's aura. Hao's mind trembled. He had a feeling that, if not for the 10,000 spirit diagram stopping this aura, he might have directly exploded before this elder. A corpse! He discovered with shock that even though this elder's eyes were like golden lamps, as if looking at him, he was actually an ancient corpse who had long died endless years ago. This left him even more horrified. What kind of powerful figure was this, to be so lifelike even after death? Moreover, the aura this corpse released after death was enough to crush heavenly deities. This was unimaginable. If this person was alive, just how frightening would he be? How shivered inwardly. This ancient cave was unimaginable. This was only the entrance. This cave was extremely deep, and also extremely vast. Only heaven knew what else rested inside. What era's creature is this? Hao's mind was shaken. This elder's Taoist robes were ancient, and it was refined from the legendary heavenly cicada shell. Exceptional precious clothes. This type of heavenly cicada clothes value was immeasurable, difficult to find even a piece of. Would he be able to obtain these heavenly cicada precious clothes? After thinking about it, Hao gave up. This elder's strength was too great. Even though he died, he was still incredibly dignified, like a great emperor whose might crushed the 9 heavens 10 earths, overlooking the common people. One could imagine that if there was no 10,000 spirit diagram protecting him, Hao would undoubtedly be dead, unable to approach at all. At the same time, in the depths of the ancient mine, singing sounds could be heard, melodious and pleasant to listen to. It was like sounds of nature, as if there was a fairy singing in disappointment and frustration. This singing voice seems to be from a living person, not imprints, not an ancient corpse. It is accompanied by an auspicious and peaceful aura. Who is she? Hao could not calm down inside. The singing voice was faintly discernible, as if it sounded from a fairyland. Inside the ancient mine, there were dark areas, places with flowing light, areas that had primal chaos condensed, regions that had immortal mists rising, continuously changing. The ancient mine was brightly colored, accompanied by this singing voice, making it seem more and more mysterious. How calmed his mind, restoring himself to a cool-headed and calm state. He carefully sized up the surrounding scenery, searching for life stones and other things here. In reality, no matter how calm he was, there was no way he could remain completely calm, mind completely clear. There was no other reason needed, it was only because this was Origin Ancient Mine. From past to present, too many secretive things had happened here. Even the greatest heroes might die after entering this place. How was convinced that, if not for the 10,000 spirit diagram around him, he would most likely be in danger. The aura naturally released by that ancient corpse was too frightening. He moved forward in an agile manner, avoiding this ancient corpse, walking towards the cave. He opened his heavenly eyes, searching for the so-called life stones. The ancient cave was dark and remote. After just walking a set distance, he discovered all types of side paths, stretching out like a labyrinth. He finally knew why, even though so many people came inside, almost none of them could return. Just this type of labyrinth alone might force 90% of people to stay behind, let alone other dangers. Hao thought for a bit, in the end deciding to continue along the most spacious path. Along the way there were figures everywhere. He saw a few ancient corpses, none of them rotten. During this period of time, he even saw a few ancient corpses walking, their faces pale, eyes a deep green. In that instant, Hao's scalp went numb, hurriedly evading, fearing that he might encounter them. Truly was horrifying. It was because he knew that the corpses in this ancient cave hadn't rotted even now. They definitely had tremendous origins. This type of experts remains developed intelligence, definitely terrifying. Soon after, Hao discovered that his choice in taking the most spacious ancient cave was a mistake. It was because it was just too dangerous. However, he also knew that this should be the main path. A black-colored large spider walked over, its movements slow. It was a zhang in height, completely silent, carrying a thick, deathly energy. The 8 spider legs were like black war spears, brandishing about and releasing kangqiang sounds, even penetrating through the void. The ground surface was extremely hard, protected by the power of mysterious symbols. When the large black spider's legs landed on the ground, sparks flew in all directions. In that instant, a spider leg swept towards Hao. It moved absent-mindedly, advancing forward, releasing deathly energy, brushing right past Hao. This spider's strength definitely exceeded sect master level. Hao began to shiver inwardly. Soon afterwards, he saw a large golden spider that was even bigger, 10 zhang in length. It formed a web in the ancient mine, golden spider silk weaving about, blocking the ancient cave. This was still a dead spider. Even though its entire body was golden, regardless of whether it was the powerful death energy or rigid movements, it gave away the fact that it had already been dead for many years. However, this large spider really was extremely powerful, not inferior to the old Taoist by the entrance. Hao could clearly sense that if not for the 10,000 spirit diagram protecting him, he would not even be able to stand here. He tried throwing a heavenly deity magical artifact onto the ground. Kacha! As a result, that dagger shattered on the spot, splitting apart under the golden large spider's corpse energy, turning into powder, completely obliterated. One could imagine what the results would be if a true heavenly deity stood before it. There wouldn't be any exception. This place truly was too dangerous. Hao's expression became extremely gloomy. He looked at this large golden web, and then at that enormous spider, feeling his heart pound greatly. Fortunately, it was a dead creature, only having a muddled consciousness, just a bit of awareness the corpse developed after its death. This place was extremely special. Even though the ones who died were all exceptionally powerful individuals, it was just too difficult to truly revive from death, producing creatures similar to those from underworld Earth. The ancient mine was a bit strange, suppressing this type of reversal and transformation. When Hao saw the great golden web, he was greatly shaken up. He saw the truth. This spider silk was all produced by this golden spider king when it was alive, not produced after its death. This left him feeling a wave of horror. There were creatures that survived in origin ancient mine, even though it died later on as well. He couldn't help but think of the things the Wang family told him. This ancient mine was incredibly ancient, to the extent where it was even older than Immortal ancient Great Era. It had been filled in by someone unknowingly when in the last Great Era, but in this Great Era, someone once again dug it up. Hao felt a chill run down his back. This place was too sinister, and it was extremely terrifying even in the past, even a spider that used to live here in the past becoming an exceptional expert. He suspected that a long time ago, such a long time ago that the world already had no records left, even more distant than Immortal ancient, there was an inconceivable wondrous land here. Even a little spider that lived here grew up to become a great expert in the eyes of later descendants. But due to various reasons, this place became a land of death. When later generations excavated it, it became an ancient mine. Hao felt that it was quite absurd. Why did he suddenly think this kind of thoughts? He forcefully shook his head, continuing forward. And, suddenly, he stared at the spiderweb, his heart tempted. This was definitely a rarely seen wondrous substance among heavenly treasures. If he could obtain a bit and bring it back, it would definitely have great uses. Only this ghost spider crawled on top, a bit frightening. Sure how tested it out, but he discovered that the spider web was too sturdy, unable to tear down a small piece no matter how hard he tried, unable to bring it away. Moreover, he ended up provoking this ghost spider in turning its head, rigidly moving its body over. He immediately panicked, hurriedly rushing past the spider web towards the depths of the ancient mine. Dong! Right at this moment, the golden spider moved, terrifying beyond Hao's imagination. It was clearly a corpse, only having a bit of muddled awareness. However, once it displayed power, it was still terrifying beyond compare. This large golden spider's casual attack alone collapsed the void, that type of aura giving one the feeling that it could easily blast down the sun, moon and stars. Even with the 10,000 spirit diagram protecting him, even though he already ran far into the distance, Hao still felt as if an archaic barbaric ox rammed into him. With a hong sound, he directly flew outwards. He slammed firmly into the ancient mine's stone walls, his entire body almost deforming. The rocks here were too sturdy, covered with mysterious power. Blood trickled out from the corners of Hao's lips, receiving serious damage. It was because in that instant just now, he sensed that the mysterious power in the ancient mine was unexpectedly able to resist the 10,000 spirit diagram, weakening its defensive power. This was something that had never happened before. The 10,000 spirit diagram was always extraordinary. Even though it didn't possess offensive power, its defensive force was extremely great. Generally speaking, no one could break through. Yet now, this type of thing happened, leaving Hao horrified. He quickly left the stone wall. He saw an expanse of light recede and disappear. Hao turned around, seeing that the great golden spider was moving in his direction. He quickly ran, escaping from this place. More than 10 broken bones, inner organs all injured. Hao wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth. The impact from slamming into the cave wall just now left him with such serious injuries. Were they all dead things? The enormous ancient mine didn't have anything else, all these dangerous things, making him feel waves of fear. He always felt this feeling like he had entered a country of death. Moreover, there were no small soldiers in this country, all heavy hitters, all produced after the most powerful beings of the past died. Right at this moment, immortal mist swirled about. Hao quickly rushed over. Even if he couldn't obtain life stones, he still had to find the source of immortal energy, cultivate there for a period of time. It was because this was too important. For cultivators of this period, that was the most precious Tao. There is a strand of life energy? Hao was shocked. In this lifeless place where the corpses of exceptional experts could be seen from time to time, he actually sensed a type of life fluctuation. Even though it wasn't that concentrated, it gave others a special feeling, incomparably peaceful and divine. That type of life energy made one feel as if they would ascend and immediately become an immortal. The injuries on his body seemed to immediately make a turn for the better, as if they were going to heal right now. Hao revealed a look of surprise. He slowed down his footsteps, using his powerful divine senses to capture it. Then, he followed a mine tunnel, wishing to get to the bottom of this. When he first entered the ancient mine, he had previously heard a woman's singing voice. Could it be that this strand of life energy was released by her? Hao began to suspect this, but then he didn't feel like it was quite right. Just like that, he continued forward, encountering great danger. If he didn't have the 10,000 spirit diagram, it would definitely be hard for him to move even an inch, unable to walk through this place at all. It was because the aura these skeletal remains released was fierce and oppressive, able to easily kill heavenly deities. Just how powerful were these individuals when they were alive? They had already died for endless years, yet the fluctuations their bodies naturally emitted was like this. It truly was ridiculously powerful. Hao didn't relax. Even though he had the 10,000 spirit diagram on him, he knew that it was extremely dangerous right now, terrifying things definitely still waiting. A single mistake here would result in eternal damnation, body and spirit erased. There were dangers everywhere, and even more abnormalities. For example, he saw countless heavenly troops and generals walking into the distance, appearing incredibly sinister. He wanted to try and get closer, but in the end discovered that it was pretty much impossible. That path connected to the void, and it was a broken road accompanied by primal chaos. Those ancient soldiers wore ice-cold armors, walking on broken roads, accompanied by primal chaos as they directly disappeared. What kind of blasted place is this? Xianxia was a bit stupefied. Fortunately, the life energy ahead was even more thick, and there was a medicinal fragrance that wafted over, making him startled. Could it be divine medicine? This ancient cave was unimaginably long, weaving and bending. Xianxia moved about underground, unknown just how many li he traveled. Finally, he smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. He knew that this was definitely a world-shocking divine medicine. This type of fragrance was too special, a single whiff making one's body feel extremely uncomfortable, as if they were going to float into the air. Moreover, after arriving in this place, there were much fewer corpses, eventually none in sight. After traveling another few li, Xianxia felt as if he was going to ascend. His spirit was full, body feeling more and more comfortable. A hazy rain of light rested ahead, everything indistinct. This type of scene was too astonishing, making this entire ancient cave surge with vapors, clouds tinged with sunset hues everywhere. However, even though he knew that there was endless death energy, large amounts of exceptional experts buried within this ancient mine, there was also a stock of undying immortal medicine. Xianxia sped up his footsteps, rushing over. Sure enough, he saw a strange scene. There was a pool there that wasn't that large. Auspicious energy surged within, a sweet fragrance wafting out. Moreover, he vaguely saw a stalk of medicine, barely sticking out of the pond, possessing an indescribable type of spirituality. Even though it was indistinct and there was primal chaos all around it, he could still roughly make it out. That sparkling and translucent plant unexpectedly jumped out, turning into a little beast and quickly running. Xianxia released a large cry, using great divine abilities, wishing to stop it from leaving. Unfortunately, the little beast was surrounded by immortal mist, too fast. It rushed into the depths of the ancient cave like a streak of flowing light, along the way even more so tearing apart the void. Xianxia felt rather dejected and disappointed. That was a long life medicine. He had the luck of encountering it, yet it actually escaped just like that. He knew well that once the long life medicine was disturbed, wishing to capture it again was too difficult. This type of thing was extremely sensitive, able to flee through the sky or earth, difficult to truly capture. When one examined all of history, how many stocks of long life medicines were there? These things, forget about an era, it might be hard to see one even within several hundred eras, let alone picking and capturing one. Based on what Xianxia understood, the 3,000 provinces only had one stock, and that was buried in the lower realm, later on brought back into the higher realms. Of course, if Immortal Ancient Remains White Tortoise carrying Immortal was included, then that would be 2 stocks. One could see just how rare it was, an ancient land only having 2 stalks. Xianxia was unwilling to give up. He chased after it, but just like he had suspected, it was completely futile. This type of long life medicine didn't have any fighting strength, but if one were judging by its ability to run, they were all at the top of the world. What a pity! What kind of beast is this? Xianxia was regretful. He couldn't even see that little beast's true body clearly before it ran. Inside this ancient mine, he finally saw a living creature, and it was a stalk of immortal medicine. His emotions rose and fell greatly, yet he still ended up with nothing. Sigh. Xianxia released a rare sigh. He really found this hard to accept. This origin ancient mine actually had this type of long life medicine, yet he had no way of capturing it. Why is there still this type of fragrance? He was shocked. He turned around and walked back, seeing that pool. The pool wasn't that large, roughly 5 square feet. The liquid inside was sparkling and translucent, accompanied by wisps of primal chaos. Apart from this, there was auspicious light that rose from time to time, turning into a rain of light. A sweet scent entered his nostrils. This pool is quite special. Hao was both shocked and surprised. He immediately thought of something. Back then, he had heard that Divine Temple's ancient holy child had great natural luck, discovering a primal chaos pool in immortal ancient remains. Within it, mysterious liquid that allowed his flesh to undergo a transformation. Back then, there were people who suspected that the so-called precious liquid might have been left behind after an immortal medicine melted. Hao seemed to have realized something, immediately becoming excited. He cupped his hands and raised some of the water, placing it into his mouth, carefully tasting it. This was the fragrance of medicinal herbs, extremely fragrant, immediately making his seriously injured body become a bit better. Upon closer inspection, he saw damaged leaves at the bottom of the pond, broken stems, even roots. However, they were all melting, becoming one with this pool of water. This is it! Hao cried out in alarm, finally understanding that this was related to that long-life medicine. That has to be it. The long-life medicine underwent rebirth. The new body removed a layer of old skin, acquiring new life, escaping as a result. He immediately understood. The divine effects of the liquid left behind after long-life medicine melted in the divine spring was incredibly shocking. In this world, it was hard to find undecaying existences, but this long-life medicine was definitely one of them. Each time their lifespans were reaching their end, they would undergo rebirth and come back to life. The little beast that transformed from the immortal medicine just now was like this. It released a few leaves, shed some old skin, directly becoming nourishing holy substance. These things became one with the divine spring, turning it into a natural precious medicinal liquid. How quickly set a formation to prevent the spiritual essence from leaking out, causing this place to surge with mists, the fragrance even more rich. Gudong. How drank a large mouthful of the sparkling liquid. The broken bones, inner organs, and other things quickly healed, simply miraculous effects. This pool of precious liquid with specks of light flickering about, chaotic energy pervading the air, the value was definitely tremendous. How believed that this was even rarer than life stone. Obtaining this pool of precious liquid was worth more than anything else. Unfortunately, this still didn't match true immortal medicines. After all, it had only shed a layer of skin like a snake, only the outer shell. This place isn't bad. There is a pool of long-life liquid I can cultivate here. There is no rush to leave, Hao said softly, feeling incredibly satisfied. Even though Origin Ancient Mine was dangerous, for him right now, this was a cultivation holy land. Immeasurable heaven, heavenly deity institution. In this region, purple energy surged, the land rising and falling like dragon veins. Divine birds spread their wings. Auspicious beasts moved about. This place withdrawn from worldly affairs like a true immortal cave. This region was extremely vast, impossible to see the limit from a single look. From the outside, this place looked auspicious and peaceful, but it was full of competition, incredibly fierce, not an easy and comfortable place. Today, a few youngsters paid a visit, entering the heavenly deity institution, bringing a piece of news that triggered quite the commotion. Huang is still alive, didn't die. He arrived alone from the 3,000 provinces to immeasurable heaven. News quickly spread, triggering great waves, many people attaching importance to this. It was because Hao cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, this fact something people had been aware of for a long time. Even though he never came here, others already took note of his name. Didn't he disappear in the 3,000 Dao provinces Forbidden Region Depths Emperor City battlefield? There were some who were confused because they had personally experienced that trial. In the past, the 3 great experts had searched again and again, roaming about for 3 days, but they didn't find him, all of them assuming something unexpected happened to him, that he was no longer in this world. Who would have expected that he actually arrived in immeasurable heaven, appearing alive? It was clear that the ones who sent over the information were the geniuses who came out from the Ascension platform. They came from great families, now hurrying over to the Heavenly Deity Institution to bring Hao's news, informing them that Yuan Qing sent him to Origin Ancient Mine, treating him unfairly. Yuan Qing, someone on that side. There were higher-level figures talking softly, eyes revealing divine radiance. Time was pressing. Heavenly Deity Institution's experts immediately moved, heading to Origin Ancient Mine. Soon after, the geniuses in the courtyard all heard the news, all of them appearing. Chao Yuxing, Little Rabbit, Chang Gongyan, and others were worried, fearing that something unexpected happened to Shi Hao, hoping that he could return alive. Ha! Heaven really is jealous of heroic geniuses. Someone with the so-called 3 strands of immortal energy was actually sent to Origin Ancient Mine. There were also those who took joy in his disaster. This person was rumored to come from the weak 3000 Dao provinces, but he himself isn't simple. What a pity. It will be hard for him to rise up. Even if he returns alive, what can he do? Someone laughed coldly. It was because Shi Hao was already a few months late. Saving him will take some time, and by then, it will already be hard for Huang to stand out from the others. Not being able to rise up in the beginning within the Heavenly Deity Institution mean that he would be left hopeless later on as well. It was because the best immortal Dao resources were already received by the most excellent, used up already. Not far out, Emperor Clan noble ladies arrived. Vigorous and strong young outstanding talents emerged. They were all supreme beings of their generation, their accomplishments immeasurable. Wang Clan's young miss, you are an immortal descendant, divine senses sharp. What do you think? Will this Huang be able to return alive? Someone asked. The atmosphere quickly calmed down, because a long-life family's noble lady arrived at the path of awakening, just coming out from seclusion, invited over to give her opinion. He missed out on the decisive opportunities. A pity, this exceptionally beautiful woman said, gently shaking her head. Everyone understood. The so-called missed decisive opportunity she spoke of was Shi Hao coming a few months late, unable to fight for the rare precious medicines, Phoenix blood pool and other things. Correct. Huang missed out, losing out on his opportunity. The Phoenix blood pool has already dried up. He has no way of using this to undergo transformation. A young supreme being walked over and said, he can slowly try to catch up, but the opportunities in Heavenly Deity Institution are unrelated to him. Even if he hurries over, he wouldn't be able to compete with the other individuals who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. The others weren't very optimistic about Shi Hao, feeling that fate was playing a joke on him, having him miss out on Heavenly Deity Institution's greatest opportunities. Unless he can find a long-life medicine, only then could he compare to the Phoenix blood pool, immortal caves, and other opportunities. Otherwise, everything has already been set in place. Origin Star, several experts descended. They were the Heavenly Deity Institution's experts. After receiving news, they immediately hurried over, wishing to rescue Shi Hao. Yuan Qing has crossed the line. Does he not fear being suppressed? He is someone from that side, that is why he dares do something like this. There was definitely someone who stirred him on, allowing him to act fearlessly. They discussed among themselves, quickly arriving near the ancient mine. They didn't expose their identities, walking about in secret in search of Shi Hao's whereabouts. Soon after, they understood that Shi Hao purchased by someone as a slave, and then sent into the Origin Ancient Mine. Aya! How could it end up like this? An expert from the Heavenly Deity Institution cried out, face becoming pale. This time, they actually came late. This is a great genius. Yet he died just like that. It is too much of a pity. He hadn't even had the time to dominate the world yet. The experts who came from the Heavenly Deity Institution all felt their faces lose color. They were a step late, feeling anger inside. Their eyes that looked at the people here were ice cold. Those people really wanted to take action and directly suppress all of the creatures here. However, they endured it. If they unleashed a massacre like this, it wouldn't change Shi Hao's fate. Then, they didn't immediately leave, instead waiting outside Origin Ancient Mine, just waiting for a miracle to happen, wait for Shi Hao to come out. However, day by day passed. Most of a month continued without Shi Hao's appearance. With things already like this, their minds were heavy, faces unpleasant. A great genius withered away just like this, unable to rescue him. This was a tremendous loss. Go! In the end, those people left, returning to the Heavenly Deity Institution, going to report to the higher levels, tell them what happened, as well as ask for instructions whether they needed to attack or not. When news reached the heavenly deity institution, forget about the higher levels' reactions. Just the geniuses from various clans discussed passionately, clamoring everywhere. A heaven-warping genius fell just like that. I originally thought that he might be able to return alive, even though it would have been hard for him to rise up, suppressed by some people. Who would have thought that his life was directly lost? Is Huang's legend going to end here? At this moment, even Yu Chan's expression was complicated, saying this softly. Heavenly deity institution, this place was not peaceful at all. Forget about those heaven-warping geniuses. Even the people who came from the 3,000 provinces found it hard to believe that Huang died just like that, falling in origin ancient mine. White clothes fluttered about, quiet and exquisite. A green moon suspended above the black hair. Qing Yi was currently absent-minded, tears carried in her eyes, full of sadness. She suddenly raised her head towards Yu Chan, who wasn't far out, saying, I agree. Let's merge. However, there is one thing you have to promise me, and that is that in the future, we have to kill Yuan Qing. Yu Chan turned around, looking at her, saying, You really have set your resolution? The two of them had fought for who knew how many times, yet never merged together. Now that they received news of Shihao's death, Qing Yi came to this type of decision. I am sure, Qing Yi said. Qing Yi floated in the sky, scattering down gentle lunar splendor, making her look increasingly extraordinary and aloof. She gave up on her biased views and struggles, deciding to merge together. This was all for the sake of growing stronger, cultivation path becoming more smooth. When Yu Chan heard this, she shook her head, saying, After coming here, I've examined many ancient books. Right now isn't the best time to emerge. For the sake of becoming stronger, we still have to cultivate to a high level. Once we both attain higher cultivations, both of us will become female sovereigns. Once we merge together then, who will be able to face us? Are you sure you wish to give up this chance? Qing Yi looked towards her. Yu Chan revealed a rare emotional fluctuation, saying, You are already no longer clean. I really want to kill you immediately. However, when considering the most powerful path, for the sake of the future's unpredictable changes, I can barely accept it. Only, I hope that you mention Huang less before my face. Even after merging together in the future, I still wish to remove the old memories of him. Even though Qing Yi carried watery mist in his eyes, she couldn't hold herself back from retorting, saying, Am I not you? If I am unclean, can you call yourself pure and holy? That day, shut up. The two fairies unexpectedly began to argue, drawing attention. How could he die like this? I really can't believe it. What kind of blasted place is that origin ancient mine? Is it a grave? Just because he got stuck inside doesn't mean that he is definitely dead. Chao Yuxing mumbled. Someone sneered, saying, Dao brother here. You really don't understand origin ancient mine. Once one enters that place, no one can come out alive. Only when unexpected things happen, can a few lucky individuals escape. However, now, many days have already passed. Yet he hasn't shown himself, he is undoubtedly dead. On the other side, the little rabbit hung her head of bright silver head dropping. She was currently hugging a golden ginseng, nibbling on it, depressed, chewing on it like it was eating a radish. When she heard that person's sneer, her large ruby eyes immediately widened. Then, while carrying the young Qilin beast, she fiercely attacked that person. Dong! Ayo! That person released a miserable cry, feeling extremely puzzled why he was suddenly attacked. His body now in great pain. At the same time, a faint cry of pain sounded. That little white Qilin actually had its beautiful dream ruined, smashed out like a rock, making it cry loudly, incredibly pitiful as it looked at the lunar jade rabbit. Everyone became stupefied. Even the Qilin was thrown away, treated like a weapon like this. It really left others a bit speechless. If it was not the heavenly deity institution, the others' eyes would have long gone red, fighting over the white Qilin. My big brother won't die. To the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces' surprise, Qin Hao clenched his fists tightly, face sinister, expressing his opinion on this matter. Many people already knew that there was a bit of awkwardness between these two brothers. Qin Hao always wishing to surpass his older brother, wishing to prove something. However, now he displayed this type of reaction, leaving a few people somewhat shocked, not quite the same as the situation they had previously thought of. I am not willing to believe Brother Shi has died either, Chong Gongyan and Dragon Girl said, the two of them sighing. Ha ha! Someone laughed, clearly not a cultivator from the 3,000 provinces. This was a young supreme being from a different ancient land. Already entered origin ancient mine, yet still want to return alive. What, are you going to ask the sun to rise from the west next? Wu, rumors had it that Huang had a few methods, strength unordinary. What a pity. I won't be able to fight and suppress him. Another person said. What are you all saying? The little rabbit cried out, holding that white Qilin beast in her hand again, looking like she was going to smash it outwards. Even the others were stupefied. This little girl's temper really was great, even daring to treat the Qilin beast treasured by the heavenly deity institution like a rock. What is so special about Huang? Died in origin ancient mine, having a few mysteries is his luck. If he came to heavenly deity institution, I promise he'll be knocked straight down. Someone secretly sneered. Who? At this moment, a youngster opened his eyes, coldly saying. He had dual pupils, this person precisely Shi. Even though he stood against Shi Hao, regardless, the two of them had fought a life or death battle together, fighting until they were inseparably close. In the end, because of this, everything was pretty much let go of. At this moment, someone looked down on Shi Hao. Not only was this doubt towards his strength, this was also a type of contempt. Ha! Just a dead person. What is there to discuss? Someone else sneered. Just come at me then. I'll fight against you. At this moment, Qin Hao spoke, glaring as he shouted. Brat, you are still too far off. You can jump out when you reach heavenly deity level. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Someone was quite direct. Speaking like this place became noisy. A few people began to argue because of this, disputing over someone who they thought to be dead, drawing attention. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. What is the point of all this ruckus? It is just a death person, not worth discussing further. If anyone is unwilling, they can come challenge me. If Huang really survives and is confident, he can come fight me. That was a green-haired individual. He sat on a wondrous rock, surrounded by primal chaos, hazy and indistinct, voice like thunder, shaking up many people's bodies until they trembled, unable to support themselves. It's him. Many people felt restraining fear, not daring to face this person. It was because he was just too well known, an ancient immortal's descendant, someone who came from a long-life clan. In this place, he defeated experts from all sides, difficult to face head-on, definitely one of heavenly deity institution's most powerful disciples. I will fight against you, someone shouted from the 3,000 Dao province's side. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded. This is the heavenly deity institution, a cultivation holy land, not a place for you all to make a racket. It is beneath your identities. Exchange of pointers is allowed, but quarrels and murderous enmity is not. There was another person that spoke fiercely. If you are unwilling or unconvinced, then feel free to go to Origin Ancient Mine and look around. We currently have this type of intention, permitting disciples to go out to train. That Origin Ancient Mine is quite strange. If you all do not fear it, then you may go there to sharpen yourselves. Someone from heavenly deity institution's higher levels came to this type of decision, immediately triggering a great commotion. Of course, this was not forcing the students but giving them the choice. If any disciples wish to challenge the limit, they can go there. The institution would grant them some powerful assistance and other things. Alright then, let's see what that Origin Ancient Mine really like. If there is an opportunity, if I can have the Academy's secret treasures assistance, I am willing to look around inside that ancient mine. A few people were extremely strong-willed, replying like this. These creatures came from the 9 heavens 10 earths, belonging to other ancient lands, all of them the most powerful young outstanding talents of their respective clans. Right now, they couldn't remain calm, really wishing to go there to prove themselves. Really going to Origin Ancient Mine? 10-crown king who came from the 3,000 provinces suddenly spoke, drawing attention. This was a powerful figure. He wasn't that high profile in this institution, but there were definitely but a few people who dared provoke him. He always walked at the very forefront on the road of cultivation. Soon after, everyone sensed that he had a world tree sapling, perhaps able to suppress all abnormalities, protecting him in that mysterious mine. I lack life stones, need to head there. If there is an opportunity, who knows, I might find some, someone said. Soon after, a few people wished to stay together, not necessarily entering Origin Ancient Mine, but instead to search for heavenly treasures in the outer regions. Origin Ancient Mine, within the cavern depths. This area was overflowing with light and colors, the pool water surging. Xianxia sat inside, the effects he received truly great. He was currently comprehending the Tao and cultivating. Xianxia's previous injuries had already healed, his dozen or so broken bones currently connecting. This was long life liquid, able to mend his flesh, nourish his primordial spirit, benefits endless. Soaking within, all desire for power and cultivation was flung aside, allowing him to completely clear his mind. The pool water shone, accompanied by chaotic energy and flowing with immortal Tao energy. This pool of water's effects were too great, he couldn't let it get away. There was even more so waves of fragrance, but today he finally couldn't smell it anymore. All of this now belonged to Xianxia. However, once this place was broken through, the owner could easily change. It had already been more than 10 days. Xianxia's foundational energy was flourishing, extremely powerful, trying to transform himself the entire time. Xianxia released a breath. This was natural essence, giving people a strange type of feeling that the energy turned into a pure and holy true dragon, that it was actually immortal energy. Great Tao divine sound rumbled. Xianxia cultivated in seclusion here. Not only did he recover from his body's injuries on the first day, his body was still continuously being refined, obtaining many, many benefits. Half a month later, the entire pond began to boil. Xianxia was operating a type of bone text, training his flesh, making this place look more and more holy and divine. Later on, 3 strands of immortal energy all appeared, all of them rushing to his head. They turned into all living things, and then it was as if 10,000 dragons were competing for supremacy. Moreover, during this process, astonishing changes took place. One of Xianxia's original strands of immortal energy already changed into a great Tao flower, floating near him. But now, the feeling he got was different. After obtaining the nourishment of this pool of precious liquid, it was absorbing immortal Tao energy. Wanglong. It was as if a great Tao thunder struck down. Xianxia sat in the precious liquid, not moving an inch. However, there were strange scenes that happened above his head. A strand of immortal energy formed a great Tao flower, creatures seemingly contained within it. Several days later, when a great Tao flower bloomed, a small figure appeared within. It sat on the flower petal, vivid and lifelike, appearance dignified. In reality, this great Tao flower had already bloomed before, the Tao fruit he obtained from the Ascension platform. Only after coming here, everything became different. After receiving the long-life medicinal liquid's nourishment, it blossomed and withered, falling and then rising again, continuously undergoing change, ultimately producing these results. When the flower bloomed for the final time, that was when this creature appeared. It was human-shaped. The moment it opened its eyes, energy surged, endless divine radiance was released. It was as if fire burned the heavenly dome, as if the 9 great heavens were going to be struck down. This type of scene was extremely astonishing. Right at that moment, there were terrifying rays of light that swept out even from the Origin Ancient Mine entrance, the light rays illuminating the dark world. The people outside were shocked. What was going on? Everyone was deeply moved as they watched this scene from the distance, feeling that it was inconceivable. At the same time, they all sighed. The people who entered during this time likely all died. Whenever something unexpected happens in the ancient mine, there would definitely be great danger, no one able to escape. What a pity! An exceptional talent who cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy withered away just like that, not having the slightest chance of coming out alive. The Wang family's people sighed, finding this truly hard to take. At the same time, they felt like they were too rash this time, losing such a powerful heroic talent. A great waste. If they restrained their greed and ambitions, sending him to the young Miss side to serve her, then that would be an extremely powerful helping hand. After who knew how much time had passed, only then did Sure how widen his eyes in the ancient mine. He sensed some type of reaction, raising his head towards the great Tao flower in the void. A creature sat on top, eyes deep, shining brilliantly like a golden lamp, a blazing sun. So brilliant even his eyes felt a bit of pain. It was currently looking at him. This type of feeling was extremely strange. He felt like that was himself, but why was there a distant feeling? Sure how looked at it, always feeling that it was a bit strange and also quite sinister. That creature was extremely indistinct, surrounded by primal chaos. The strand of immortal energy it sat on turned into a great Tao flower petal. Steady, firm, quiet, looking even more solemn than him, as if it was an ancient monk who achieved the Tao. Sure how was a bit speechless. What kind of situation was this? What kind of monster did he end up cultivating? He opened his heavenly eyes, able to see that the creature in the primal chaos mist was extremely similar to him, yet the size of a fist. It sat there, appearance dignified. The two of them had some type of relationship, but when Sure how used bone texts, activated his divine awareness, trying to control it, there was clearly a bit of hindrance. That flower moved as he willed it to, great Tao energy pervading the air, able to communicate with heaven and earth, affecting the natural laws of heaven and earth. It could fight for him, extremely powerful. This great Tao flower was astonishingly powerful, exceeding normal people's imaginations. Only, the creature seated on the Tao flower seemed to be somewhat distant, not accepting his control. It was as if there was a chasm separating them. Sure how frowned. This was something he cultivated, so why wasn't it affected by his control? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there were time fragments fluttering about the creature's surroundings, specks of multicolored lights surging, moving about in the chaotic energy. Even though this scene wasn't that clear, Sure how had heavenly eyes, so he could sense them. Moreover, this was something he cultivated, so he was naturally sensitive to it. He became more and more confused, his brows tightly locked together. This type of feeling was too strange. He seemed to be looking at one of his past selves, extremely close yet extremely far. Correct, it was this type of feeling that Sure how was clearly sensing. He looked at those creatures. Even though they were quite close, as time went on, the fragments scattered away, fading, resonating with the world, disappearing into the distance. He lives in the past? When Sure how spoke these words, he frightened himself, face becoming a bit pale. How strange was this? He couldn't comprehend, couldn't understand. However, he had this type of feeling. It was absurd, ridiculous, not realistic at all. He cultivated a monster that didn't belong to the present, didn't belong to the future, as if it lived in the past, yet was still this close to him. The reason why he couldn't control that creature was because there was time separating them, many fragments of time that turned into a rain of light, surrounding that place. Sure how immediately became distracted. What exactly was the reason that led to this result? He couldn't really see through it, unable to figure it out. Was this the result of cultivating in seclusion for most of a month? What kind of Tao fruit was this? Sure how tried several times, each time discovering time fragments fluttering about within the primal chaos. The aura of time became more and more thick, this type of feeling really too strange. He really couldn't move that creature. However, he had a type of feeling that this creature was extremely important to him, that it would display great use in the future. Then, he thought of the other 2 strands of immortal energy. If they were condensed into great Tao flowers as well, would there be Tao fruits as well, producing different creatures? When Sure how thought of this, he thought it over silently for a long time. What exactly was going on today? He didn't recall this type of situation recorded in any of the bone books he had read before. Cultivating a great Dao flower was one thing, but how could it be like plants, the flower-bearing fruit? To be more precise, the flower didn't fall, but there was fruit, that unknown creature. Hao got up. He gave this precious pond a look, examining this sparkling liquid. Was it this pool of water that brought about all of this? He shook his head, confident that this wasn't the case. Even though this pool had the remains of long-life medicine, turning it into long-life liquid, able to nourish the spirit, mend the body, refine one's body and spirit, it couldn't affect his Dao fruit. This was still an external matter in the end. It could be said that it could only help stir on a transformation, but it couldn't decide his path or direction, because this was the path that he forged himself. Then this means that my path, my Dao, was like this to begin with. The first strand of immortal energy should have formed a great foundational core, forming a creature unrelated to the past. Hao was full of expectation. If he really could use this Dao fruit in the future, what kind of effects would it have then? If the second strand of immortal energy also formed a great Dao flower, producing a fruit, a creature appearing from it, would it be related to the present? Hao guessed randomly, his mind unable to calm down. He stood up, walking around here. After cultivating in seclusion for the majority of a month, he wanted to stretch his body out a bit, take a look at the surrounding situation. However, he didn't go too far. This ancient mine was too dangerous. This was a rare calm place without terrifying creatures wandering about, a place where he could enter seclusion cultivation. This is a rare opportunity. There is still a larger half of this precious liquid left. I should continue cultivating in seclusion. If I could make the second great Dao flower appear, then that would be great. I can then confirm my theory. Then Hao entered seclusion again. He wanted to catch up to the others who entered Heavenly Deity Institution. Couldn't fall behind. It was because he knew that Heavenly Deity Institution had all types of great opportunities. For example, the Phoenix blood pool that allowed one to undergo rebirth and other things, every single one of them supreme divine matter in the outside world, things that couldn't be begged for. He was already behind. Now that he saw an immortal medicine pool, he naturally couldn't miss out on this opportunity, making the most use out of it possible. Inside the ice-cold starry sky, within the darkness, an enormous bone ship flew over, tearing through the silent starry domain. It was brilliant white, as if it was carved from jade. It moved past many great formation remains in this region, directly rushing towards Origin Star. Soon after, it descended onto the earth. Heavenly Deity Institution's people came? Didn't they leave not too long ago? Why did another group come? When the great powers here heard about this, they revealed looks of surprise. No one dared to look down on this newly established school, all of them feeling great reverence. It was because this was something established by a group of hidden great powers from the 9 heavens 10 earths, impossible to surmise. On the warship, youngsters walked out one by one, all of them belonging to different clans. However, they all formed human appearances, every single one of them extraordinary in appearance. These people, regardless of whether they were ugly or pretty, all had different temperaments, self-confidence, power, and other things. They were of all different types, representing their own extraordinariness. The men were mostly heroic in appearance, promising brilliant youth. The women's dresses fluttered about like pure and aloof immortals, a single glance telling others that they weren't ordinary cultivators. Even without mentioning their appearances, just their temperaments alone were too outstanding. The Heavenly Deity Institution's heroic talents have come. These are all their inheritors, originating from the 9 heavens 10 earths. All the outstanding talents of their ancient lands. Someone cried out in alarm, snapping back to reality. In that instant, Origin Star couldn't calm down. The powers of all sides, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, were all startled. A huge commotion stirred up. These were the cornerstones of the future, the individuals that were destined to become the most powerful under the sky, the future's people treating them as their sovereigns. They actually appeared here. What did they come here to do? One had to understand that this wasn't some good place, not a good place for training. Origin Ancient Mind devoured everything, even the most powerful not necessarily able to come out alive upon entering. If they wanted to investigate the ancient mine, coming out alive completely depended on luck, unrelated to cultivation and aptitude. If I may ask, seniors, what did you all come here to do? Finally, someone cautiously asked, looking towards the two individuals that got off the ship last. Those were two elders. Even though they looked ordinary, like the most normal elders, everyone knew that they were definitely exceptionally powerful individuals, in charge of protecting this group of geniuses. There are some younger generation that wish to come here to sharpen themselves. One of them spoke, words clear and concise. Everyone became stupefied. They looked at these geniuses and then at the two experts. Could it be that they were going to enter the ancient mine? This was like seeking death. Senior, I wish to ask for guidance. Did this person really enter the ancient mine and then never came out? At this time, Chao Yuxing spoke, producing Hao's portrait, letting everyone look at it. The group of people frowned. However, those from the Wang family were immediately startled. There was someone asking around again, that young man not ordinary after all. The Wang family didn't feel fear, because they were a long-life family, not worried about being blamed. Person nodded, and slowly spoke about everything. Could it be that he really died inside? Dragon Girl sighed, shaking her head. Ha, even now, you 3,000 Dao provinces people are unwilling to give up. How could that type of person possibly return alive after entering? He turned into blood and bone a long time ago. The so-called Huang, so-called 3,000 Dao provinces genius, will only be able to travel unhindered in your 3,000 Dao provinces. What does he count as after entering the 9 heavens? Probably died a long time ago. Someone took joy in this disaster, purposely denouncing him in secret. What is that person called? Huang? He still wants to stir up something in Origin Ancient Mine? Overestimating his capabilities. Someone sneered. Clearly an ancient realm's outstanding talent. He can only stir up a bit of trouble in the lower realm. His so-called lower realm, naturally pointed at the 10 earths below the 9 heavens. Is this something you all are saying? The lunar jade rabbit was indignant. Her head of long silver hair shone, her large ruby-like eyes glaring out, saying angrily, "Weren't you all bragging about how strong you are? Who dares enter Origin Ancient Mine? I dare to bet that we'll definitely run into Huang. When the time comes, I guarantee that he'll beat you guys until your moms and dads won't even recognize you." The group of people were stupefied. The words this little girl used were just too crude. She looked like she was carved from jade, delicate and cute like a porcelain doll. But the destructive power was so great. When everyone heard this, a group of people's faces fell, eyes revealing anger. However, the little rabbit didn't hold back at all, saying, you and you all, are you all reincarnated bulls or something? Comparing eye size with me? Your bull eyes are about to split open already. In addition, she carried that little white qilin, looking like she was ready to chuck it out at any time. The pitiful little qilin beast unexpectedly released a meow sound, climbing up her shoulder, and then grabbed a lock of hair, unwilling to let go no matter what, fearing that it would be thrown out like a rock again. In the rear, dark lines appeared on the faces of two elders' foreheads. This was the qilin youth that was treated with exceptional importance in the heavenly deity institution. Yet there was this type of unreliable master. I think what she says makes perfect sense. If you all aren't willing to accept things, then you can enter Origin Ancient Mine and take a look around. Do you all dare? Chao Yuxing said. Now that the two of them stirred things up, there was great tension. The faces of a few people from the other ancient lands sank, especially that of the one who spoke sarcastically, becoming even more unhappy. There were immediately those who nodded their heads, stating that they will look around inside the ancient mine. However, they were still sneering, looking down on those from the 3,000 Dao provinces. Different places, different cultivators, standing against each other. On Origin Star, there were many great powers. When they saw this scene, they all revealed strange looks. The disciples from Heavenly Deity Institution didn't get along with each other. About to contend against each other here? Why is there a need for such noise? Senior brother Lu Tuo has already said that there is no value in discussing the dead, even if that Huang was still alive, so what? Even if he can break free and head to the heavenly deity institution, he'll still be suppressed. A girl said. She wore purple clothes, figure wonderful, appearance pretty. There was a small white jade horn between her brows, adding a unique sense of beauty to her appearance. This was the Moon Rhinoceros clan's female cultivator, someone who clearly cultivated a strand of immortal energy, possessing great strength. The senior brother Lu Tuo she was talking about was precisely the one from Heavenly Deity Institution whose voice was like divine thunder, the green-haired individual who made everyone's blood boil. He was normally surrounded by primal chaos, always seated in cultivation. Even someone like that is worth comparing to senior brother Lu Tuo. It is just a lower realm cultivator in the end. They won't understand how frightening a true long-life bloodline is. Someone said, lips curled in disdain. What do these people understand? Are there any immortal blood descendants in the so-called 3,000 Dao provinces? There isn't even a single one. Won't understand how scary a true immortal Dao influential family is. A few people spoke, as if returning fire against the little rabbit and others' words just now. All right, cease the noise. You all can compete, but no enmity and killing between you all is allowed. Just an exchange of pointers up to here. One of the two elders spoke. They were the Heavenly Deity Institution's elders, magical force heaven-reaching. Not a single person daring to go against their will. The disputes ended, but the great geniuses still bore opposition, just not voicing it any longer. To argue for a dead person, was this worth it? The nearby great powers people didn't really understand why there was this kind of conflict. Seniors, are these people really going to be brought into the ancient mine? That isn't some good place. Too many exceptional heroes buried inside. It is too dangerous. There were people from some great powers who asked, speaking up. According to what they knew, those geniuses were extremely precious, couldn't be lost. Coming here for training was too dangerous. If they died, it would be just too great of a loss. It is voluntary. Whoever wishes to explore, we will not stop them, but instead offer assistance. An elder explained. Soon after, this place became full of noise, staring to clamor. It was because everyone obtained an astonishing piece of information. Moreover, there were a few other things that were revealed. The elders from the Heavenly Deity Institution brought over a 9-phoenix furnace, immeasurable heaven's number 1 supreme magical artifact. Everyone erupted into commotion, simply unable to believe it. For the sake of entering Origin Ancient Mine, the Heavenly Deity Institution actually displayed such a great move, bringing over this primal chaos supreme treasure. One had to bear in mind that this was not an artifact refined through the force of the mortal world. This thing's origins were extremely mysterious, rumored to possibly not belong to this great era. Its materials were extremely special, appearance extremely gorgeous, dark red like ruby, on its surface engraved 9 phoenixes. At this moment, an elder produced this precious furnace, triggering a huge commotion. Everyone looked over. It only looked 3 feet in height, elegant and beautiful. There was a luster within the scarlet color. With a slight move, phoenix cries shook the sky. It really is that thing? Everyone truly felt their minds tremble, bodies moving. This treasure belonged to a long-life family, but it now temporarily became the supreme treasure of the Heavenly Deity Institution, personally brought over by the top figures of the Academy. It is rumored that this is a precious artifact refined from the true bones of a phoenix. That's incorrect. Someone has said that this 9 phoenix furnace's material is a bit better than phoenix true bone. A few people began to discuss among themselves, eyes burning passionately as they stared at the small furnace. It obviously wasn't out of greed or thoughts of seizing it, but instead purely envy and fear. This type of legendary thing, how many eras would it be before even one appeared? How could normal people see such a thing? They all only knew about it from bone records. Only, upon closer inspection, this small furnace had been pierced through. There was a small hole, extremely fine, but also extremely critical, passing through the entire furnace body. This truly was incredibly regretful. It was rumored that this wasn't something manpower could accomplish, but that endless years ago, it was pierced through by an unmatched individual in the desolate border in the unending battle. As a result, the artifact's spirit no longer appeared, unknown if it passed away or if it was slumbering. However, this didn't affect its position as the number one supreme treasure of immeasurable heaven. Currently nothing else here comparable to it. Back then, someone carried this magical artifact into the ancient mine, and thus had the luck of returning alive. Today, we will use this artifact to support you, an elder said. Whoever wished to enter Origin Ancient Mine could move together, operate this magical artifact together to protect themselves. Elders, do you not fear that the magical artifact would be lost inside? Individuals from great powers reminded. Even though the magical artifact was exceptional, the ancient mine wasn't an ordinary place. Too many things buried within, to the extent where there might even be immortal remains. Don't worry. This ancient mine wouldn't trouble the 9 Phoenix Furnace, an elder said with a smile. Everyone became shocked, not understanding what he meant. Do you all know where the 9 Phoenix Furnace originated from? Everyone shook their heads. This involved ancient secrets, so how could ordinary people know about this? They only heard that it belonged to some long-life family, but even that was likely obtained through coincidence. It was excavated from Origin Ancient Mine to begin with, buried here. The words of this elder from Heavenly Deity Institution were earth-shattering, ringing like thunder by everyone's ears. This was just too astonishing. Even immeasurable heaven's number one supreme treasure was dug up from Origin Ancient Mine. What exactly was buried inside? This really was too shocking, making everyone shiver uncontrollably. This furnace won't become damaged, able to fly out on its own. Only, everyone's protection cannot be guaranteed. Do you all dare give it a try? An elder asked. In that instant, this place became quiet. Even though there were some people who were noisy before, stating they were going to enter the ancient mine, they now felt a bit of hesitation when it truly came time to make the decision. Hey, where did all of your bravery go? Too scared to go inside now? Could it be that you all really are scared that Huang will beat you all up until your parents can't even recognize you? The little rabbit seized the opportunity, puffing her cheeks and looking at them all furiously. Fine, I will go. I will also take a look. With some people signing up, voices sounded in succession one after another. In the end, more than 10 people signed up, wishing to enter Origin Ancient Mine. However, Heavenly Deity Institution's 2 elders didn't agree to this many people entering together. If something unexpected happened, the losses would be too great. One instance cannot exceed 5 people. Then, the first batch of individuals were selected. That Moon Rhinoceros Clan purple-clothed woman, as well as 4 others proceeded together, going to enter the ancient mine. This triggered everyone's discussions. The great powers nearby all came, paying close attention to this. Heavenly Deity Institution's elder handed the 9 Phoenix Furnace to them in a serious manner, warning them to be careful, that they shouldn't take risks that were too great. The 5 of them nodded. Even though there were dangers this time, it also signified an opportunity. Risk and reward would always be proportionate to each other. The Moon Rhinoceros Clan purple-clothed girl held the precious furnace, the other 4 operating it together. They were all activating bone texts, wishing to borrow the divine furnace's power. Soon afterwards, phoenix cries tore through the clouds, 9 phoenixes flying out from the furnace walls. Scarlet multicolored light filled the skies, shining with incomparable brilliance. These 9 phoenixes surrounded those individuals, protecting them within. There was primal chaos mist that spread outwards. This was the power of the 9 Phoenix Furnace. They watched as this group walked step by step towards the ancient mine, directly approaching, and then jumping in. They entered the ancient mine. A cry of alarm sounded from the rear, watching helplessly as they entered. Everyone was waiting expectantly, watching to see if any miracles could be forged. There was no noise. That ancient cave was extremely quiet. When the 5 individuals entered, it was as if they completely merged with the darkness, never to be seen again. It was as if they jumped into a monster's mouth and were devoured. Waiting always left people feeling uneasy, but there was nothing they could do. They could only remain silent, wait for news outside. Inside the cave, scarlet multicolored light flickered about. The 9 phoenix furnace was trembling slightly, the 9 phoenixes releasing radiance, forming a domain. This was precisely the reason why these 5 geniuses were able to survive. It was because they were just like How encountering similar troubles. Not long after, they saw an old Taoist whose white hair reached the floor. Even though he was a corpse, the aura he released would make heavenly deities collapse, unable to endure it. Without this immeasurable heaven number 1 supreme treasure to protect them, their body and spirit would inevitably be destroyed, powerless to resist. Stopped this pressure. This supreme treasure truly deserves its reputation. This means that we can advance without any obstruction, able to enter the ancient cave's innermost depths, perhaps fully explore its greatest mysteries. The 5 of them were happy, all of them wishing to use this precious furnace to help them go on an adventure, obtain life stones and other types of natural luck. Not good. This 9 phoenix furnace is shaking, resonating with this place. There won't be some type of accident that happens, right? These individuals were alarmed, because the precious furnace's vibrations were growing stronger. Their faces became pale. If there was something wrong with this place, not a single one of them could think about surviving. They would undoubtedly die. Finally, this ancient furnace calmed down again, no longer trembling, only releasing a gentle scarlet multicolored radiance, protecting the 5 individuals as they advanced. Say, do you all think that Huang from the 3,000 provinces still has a chance of being alive? One of them said. Just someone like him. Yet he wants to live? The Moon Rhinoceros clan's purple-clothed young lady sneered. He's nothing more than someone from the lower realm. What kind of prospects could he have even if he did survive? Just some divine individual, fierce person from that small place of theirs. After coming to the 9 heavens above, he's nothing special at all. Definitely turning into blood and bones. Impossible to remain alive. Another person said, I really hope we can find a piece of his clothes or some broken bones to bring back and show those people, especially that lunar jade rabbit, let her learn reality. The so-called Huang is nothing more than this. Another person said coldly, clearly greatly offended by that lunar jade rabbit's previous taunting. They carried the 9 phoenix furnace, continuing forward, avoiding many dangers. In the end, they sensed something suddenly stopping their steps. Unknowingly when a figure appeared, full of vitality, flesh perfect, currently emerging from a precious pool, eyes incomparably sharp, staring at them. How heard their conversation just now, so he naturally didn't carry any good intentions or smiles, appearing incredibly cold. There's a person here, still alive. Who are you? The minds of the 5 of them jumped intensely. They actually ran into a person in this place. It was just too unexpected. Soon afterwards, they noticed the precious pool behind How. That place was full of immortal light, translucent 5-colored liquid, a rain of light rising, carrying an intoxicating sweet scent. Even though How sealed up the precious pond, using formation banners to stop the medicinal fragrance from leaking outwards, a long-life medicine had dissolved here after all, so they could still smell it. The 5 individuals' eyes became sharp, breathing hurried, minds tense, incredibly stirred up. They immediately guessed that this was a true immortal medicine pond. There were legends from the past to now that undying medicines would transform, leaving behind the old skin, roots, and other things, dissolving into a spiritual pond, producing a world-shocking immortal elixir. However, these were only stories, legends, the true situation never seen before. Yet it appeared before them right now, not an illusion but real. They actually had the luck of seeing a long-life medicine's remains. This was tremendous natural luck. They were stirred up inside, hot blood rushing forth. Their eyes carried greed, desire, hope, truly wishing to immediately throw themselves into the immortal pond. This was just too important for them. Just how many types of long-life medicine were there in this world? This was a small number that could be counted. Even if one searched from immortal ancient until this present age, They were practically non-existent, becoming fewer and fewer, impossible to find even if the entire 9 heavens 10 earths were scoured. This pool of precious liquid could definitely allow one to undergo transformation, truly exchange blood, refine bones, reforge inner organs, a full transformation. The uses were great to an unimaginable level. This won't be inferior to the phoenix blood, able to allow one to undergo rebirth. One of them was almost delirious as he looked at the immortal pond, his eyes burning like a torch. At this moment, this tremendous joy even made them ignore sure how. Perhaps it wasn't ignoring because in their eyes that was already a dead person. With them here, how could this young man continue to occupy the immortal medicine pool alone? They were naturally going to kill him. They didn't think this was too difficult regardless of who he was. It was because they had the 9 phoenix furnace. This alone was already enough. This individual didn't seem to be over the heavenly deity realm, so there was no way he could stop its might. If he retaliated, he would undoubtedly die. Ha ha! One of them howled with laughter, as if he had gone mad, losing himself. This type of unexpected discovery truly was unexpected, believing it to be the heaven's greatest grace. There is a long-life medicine residing in this ancient mine. The Moon Rhinoceros clan's beauty was the first to snap back, purple clothes fluttering about, style moving. Her eyes were fervent with passion. The others also felt their heart rates speed up. When they heard this, they were all overjoyed because that was something that went without saying. Apart from the medicinal liquid in the precious pool, they knew that there was definitely a true undying medicine that took root within a secret land in this immortal mine. If they truly obtained it, then they would be imperishable, undying, live eternally. Have you all woken up from your daydreams? Right at this moment, the individual in front of them coldly spoke, cutting off their fanciful thoughts. Their thoughts were easily guessed at. This type of cold sneer made these individuals' faces fall, their gaze deep, killing intent surging. This was someone who was already dead before their eyes, yet he still dared to take the initiative to provoke them. Needless to say, they wanted to immediately suppress him. You are that person who came from the lower realm? One of them spoke. Even though they knew sure how wasn't ordinary, perhaps extremely formidable, they still had a type of arrogance, speaking with the attitude of looking down on the other party. Sure how was astonished. Even the 3,000 Dao provinces had a day when they would be looked down on like this, treated as a lower realm. He really found this hard to get used to. After coming to the 9 heavens, you should have already sensed the difference. In your barbaric land, you might be someone, but in immeasurable heaven, you dare provoke us like this, nothing more than overestimating your capabilities. Another person spoke in a cold and indifferent tone. It was clear that they were from the 9 heavens' immeasurable heaven, feeling the deepest level of arrogance, looking down on the 10 earth's 3,000 Dao provinces, feeling like they were above them. Immeasurable heaven's heroic individuals are well known, indeed surpassing the 3,000 Dao provinces. But if they are all like you all, it doesn't seem to be all that. Sure how said, responding coldly. Moreover, he was like a cheetah that had locked onto prey, about to take action. He swept his eyes over every single one of them, eyes carrying killing intent, incredibly oppressive. I'm certain that you are Huang. Capture him. What nonsense is there to say to him? Have him understand that his so-called stunning strength is nothing but a joke in immeasurable heaven. Directly crush him. These people spoke coldly, about to take action. In reality, Sure how already moved a step earlier, eyes carrying a ruthlessness. His hair flew about chaotically as he pounced over. It was because his divine senses were extremely powerful, long realizing that the scarlet red furnace was extremely terrifying, likely a formidable supreme treasure. As a result, he wanted to strike first to gain the upper hand. Sure how turned into a streak of transient light, quickly rushing towards them. He was as fast as lightning, extremely fierce, taking action instantly. Not good. Those individuals' fine hairs stood on end, all of them horrified. This was just too fast. One had to bear in mind that they all had immortal energy, outstanding individuals who were incredibly powerful. Regardless of whether it was speed, strength, or reactions, There were few who could match them among their generation. However, now they discovered that they couldn't keep up with this person's speed, unable to keep up. Pong! Shurehao's foot kicked out. It turned into a dragon shadow, too fast, as if a true dragon was going out to sea, carrying forceful and boundless energy, shaking up this place. One of them was quite unlucky. Even though he did everything he could to withstand this attack, it was still too late. That foot slammed over, and then he released a loud cry, mouth spraying out blood, tumbling backwards. The other 4 individuals were truly alarmed. This was just too frightening. What they were thankful for was that at the crucial time the 9 Phoenix Furnace shone, 9 scarlet blood phoenixes dancing about, producing a screen of light, stopping Shurehao's attack, neutralizing a large half of the power. Otherwise, Shurehao's kick would have definitely taken that person's life, no suspense at all. As soon as his leg made contact with that person, he was stopped by a wave of soft force, moreover dissolving his force, bone texts growing dim. Shuhao didn't take any risks, quickly withdrawing. It was because he felt great restraining fear towards that 3-foot-tall dark red divine furnace, fearing that it would suddenly revive and erupt with power. He was extremely cautious. Even though he was quite strong, he still didn't take action recklessly. Shua! Shuhao shifted sideways, leaving behind a string of afterimages. When his figure stabilized, he stood before that precious pond again, as if he never moved. The expressions of those individuals behind changed. This Huang from the lower realm brought them tremendous pressure. If they didn't have the 9 Phoenix Furnace, they would undoubtedly be in danger. We admit that you are quite strong, talent formidable. But sometimes, no matter how strong one is, it won't change anything. While speaking, those people still displayed a type of arrogance. However, they felt extremely bitter inside. They were all the most powerful inheritors of a clan, yet right now they had to admit that they were inferior. However, vanity and pride prevented them from admitting their feeling of defeat, instead about to use the 9 Phoenix Furnace to suppress the youngster before them who still carried some tenderness. Shuhao's expression was serious. In that instant, he put on the Lightning Emperor's battle clothes, left hand holding the defying dragon scale, right hand holding the 10,000 spirit diagram, confronting them like this. It was because the longer he observed them, the more he felt that the scarlet-red divine furnace wasn't simple. It might be a heaven-defying great killing weapon like the little pagoda. Chi! Sure enough, those people moved, activating the immortal furnace together, suppressing towards Shuhao. 9 true phoenixes rushed upwards, roaring and stirring forth large amounts of fiery light, releasing magma-like matter and carrying destructive energy as they threw themselves at Shuhao. Moreover, in the fiery light, chaotic energy surged, powerful and terrifying to the extreme. When Shuhao saw the scene, he felt like he was suffocating. This was an indescribable type of pressure, an unmatched supreme treasure after all power exceeding his imaginations. His expression became grave. He activated the 10,000 spirit diagram, throwing it forward against the expanse of fiery light, striking the 9 Phoenix Furnace. It was difficult to say what kind of great artifact the 10,000 spirit diagram was. One could call it a true record or scripture, but calling it a precious artifact wasn't a bad choice either. It was spotlessly white like jade, carrying soft radiance. It actually rushed into the 9 true phoenixes like that. After it was suppressed by them, it passively released endless brilliance. In that instant, countless creatures appeared, including immortal birds, divine beasts, and all types of plants, even more so heavenly starlight and other things. Those 9 divine phoenixes couldn't destroy it, and at this moment, the 10,000 spirit diagram and 9 phoenix furnace collided. Dang! The sound was sharp and clear, as if 2 pieces of jade were striking against each other, unexpectedly pleasant to the ears, carrying a lingering sound. It rang lightly through this place, shaking up one's soul. The 5 individuals' expressions changed. This was the 9 Phoenix Furnace. It actually collided with an artifact, releasing a light sound, but not blasting that bone to pieces. What kind of unexpected thing was this? It gave the 5 of them a powerless feeling. Chills ran down their backs. They knew that they encountered a freak. Not only was he powerful, He also had a strange magical artifact on him, able to temporarily stop the 9 Phoenix Furnaces' power. Not good. Moon Rhinoceros Clan's girl was the first one to release a cry of alarm. It was because she discovered with alarm that that white bone perfectly struck the 9 Phoenix Furnaces' weakest place. There was a hole on the Scarlet Divine Furnace, something left behind from the Desolate Borders battle. It had been struck, leaving behind a scar that connected from front to back. And now, this white bone just happened to strike it right there. Sure enough, the 9 Phoenix Furnaces' radiance immediately dimmed quite a bit. It swayed back and forth, almost falling. The 9 true phoenixes immediately returned to the nest, entering the precious furnace. How could it be like this? Those people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was just too much of a coincidence, right? Weren't they just too unlucky? At the same time, the 10,000 spirit diagram grew dim, the various creatures disappearing, falling out of the sky. Sure how naturally didn't let this chance go. He rushed up, grabbing the 10,000 spirit diagram, as well as taking action decisively against those people. He felt some confidence now, because he sensed that the divine furnace, despite being frightening, unexpectedly didn't have an artifact spirit. This made him feel more at ease than anything else. Hong. Sure how was like a demonic beast, immediately slaughtering his way forward. His palm descended, overturning heaven and earth, domineering and tyrannical, surrounding them here. Pooh! This palm carried Kuan Peng power. If one examined it closely, it was like a Kuan Peng spreading its wings, covering them. The 5 of them took action together to resist, activating their immortal energy, but they still coughed out large amounts of blood. This type of opponent simply left them in despair. What kind of monster was this? Moon-controlling rhinoceros horn. The Moon Rhinoceros Clan beauty shouted, the inch-long sparkling horn between her brows shining. A divine moon immediately appeared. The ancient mine was gloomy, but now that this divine moon suddenly appeared, it became incomparably resplendent, releasing ripples outwards. Sure how carried a trace of a cold smile at his lips. Forget about a divine moon created from symbols. Even if a true star smashed down, he still wouldn't fear it. Chi. Sure how's right palm hacked outwards, still Kuan Peng force, as if it possessed dominating power, offensive power unmatched, magical force vast like a sea. Wang. The space here trembled. Forget about the Moon Rhinoceros Clan inheritor that was facing this attack. Even the bodies of the other 4 trembled, continuously coughing out large amounts of blood. Burst! Moon Rhinoceros Clan's beauty suddenly shouted. When her hands formed an imprint, her purple sleeve exploded. At the same time, the divine moon before her also shattered. And, sure how sensed that something was off. He felt a great pain between his brows. It was because when the divine moon exploded, turning into an endless rain of light, it drowned out this place. He underestimated this girl. This wasn't a condensation purely of magical force, but a precious technique that contained divine will. It aimed at his primordial spirit, wishing to wipe out his will. If it was a normal person, it would have definitely bore fruit, because this mental attack was wrapped within a strand of immortal energy, power increased multiple times. This was a secret type of attack as well as an unexpected blow, impossible to defend effectively against. How could Sure how allow this Moon Rhinoceros Clan beauty to accomplish her goal? A great Tao flower appeared above his head. It swayed gently, releasing a rain of light that was sparkling and translucent, immediately completely wiping out the other party's immortal energy, scattering that precious technique. You have 3 strands of immortal energy, and one of them became a great Tao flower? Those people felt despair. Even though they had heard about how powerful Huang was, they didn't feel any respect for him. Only now, when they truly met, did they really understand. Against someone like this, there was absolutely no chance of winning to speak of. However, the Moon Rhinoceros attack bought them some time, and it made Sure how's figure momentarily freeze. His movements obstructed somewhat. The 5 of them quickly withdrew, stabilizing the situation, standing on the other side of Sure how, all of them alert. They frantically summoned the 9 Phoenix Furnace, wishing to activate it again. However, After suffering the 10,000 spirit diagram strike, something unexpected happened to that furnace, unexpectedly stopping its movements. It was also precisely because of this that Xianxia obtained the chance to carefully size up the fiery red divine furnace. It actually had a hole, which meant that its own spiritual essence was leaking out. This supreme treasure is truly pitiable, Xianxia said with a sigh. He could only imagine what kind of power it was that damaged this immortal furnace back then. The method's too terrifying. Huang, I heard that you wish to join the Heavenly Deity Institution. We are fellow students. One of them spoke, suffering from Xianxia's pressure, now feeling a bit panicked, wishing to improve their relationship. Xianxia revealed a cold smile filled with disdain. This person was now admitting defeat, but just now, what kind of arrogance did he display? They had originally thought that the divine furnace alone was enough to suppress him. Hong. This time, Xianxia didn't say anything, directly brandishing his leg. Like a dragon snake, it lashed outwards, carrying dazzling bone texts and releasing rumbling sounds. It was extremely shocking. No one doubted the power of this leg. It could sweep through mountains, shatter stars. No! That person cried out loudly, activating all types of secret treasures to defend himself. There was a strand of immortal energy that surged as well, winding towards that leg of Xianxia's. This level of genius had long cultivated a strand of immortal energy for himself, naturally a genius fostered through tremendous effort by a holy land, strength powerful. The magical artifacts the clan bestowed onto him were naturally numerous and powerful. Kacha! At this moment, the sounds of magical artifacts exploding continuously sounded. It was as if fireworks were released, all rare secret treasures, but they were all destroyed as a result. Pong! Xianxia's leg lashed out on his body, smashing his precious armor into a mess. Meanwhile, he himself flew outwards, body completely defeated. Someone as powerful as this unexpectedly couldn't evade. One could see just how great the difference in strength between the two was. This time, if not for those secret treasures of his, as well as the strand of immortal energy that was released at the crucial moment, he would have undoubtedly died. At the critical moment, that strand of immortal energy stopped Xianxia's leg. If not for this, how could his flesh stop this attack? Even stars would be smashed with the kick. It was clear that this person lost all combat strength on the spot. Half of his body was ragged, his entire body overwhelmed by a wave of powerful bone texts, on the verge of dying. As for that strand of immortal energy, it was almost scattered and destroyed by Xianxia, leaving the others shocked. During this entire process, Xianxia didn't even use his great Dao flower. Otherwise, the power would have been even greater. It was this quick and efficient, crippling one of them just like that, making the other 4 experts' faces pale. This cultivator from the lower ancient land was just too frightening. Only now did they understand why Chao Yuxing, Chang Gongyan and others think so highly of him. When they thought of the lunar jade rabbit's words, they felt extremely ashamed. They really did end up running into Huang, moreover possibly being killed by him. It was even worse than being beaten until their parents wouldn't be able to recognize them anymore. Xianxia forced his way forward. The other 4 continuously moved backwards. This made the others feel completely humiliated, unable to show their faces. It was because they weren't ordinary cultivators, but rather world-shocking geniuses who already cultivated immortal energy, representing the highest accomplishment among their peers. Some of these individuals were present-world individuals, some kings that have laid dormant since ancient times, yet now they lost all dignity. Someone like them was forced to continuously retreat by a single person. Just how sad was this? Even more so a type of humiliation. Risk it all, the moon rhinoceros beauty shouted. Her hand formed imprints, taking action again, wishing to fight a decisive battle against Xianxia. However, this time, the so-called rhinoceros horn divine ability was completely useless, unable to do anything to Xianxia's primordial spirit, unable to display any use. In addition, Xianxia reached out a finger. This was Lightning Emperor Finger, something he recently derived, acquired after comprehending the Lightning Dao a step further. Hong! A finger reached out. A clap of thunder erupted between heaven and earth, simply enough to blast large expanses of mountain peaks into pieces. When this finger struck out, heaven and earth lost color, the ancient mind swaying back and forth. This entire region became blinding. If not for the ancient mind's formations and others, it would have long collapsed. Despite this being the case, the ground, stone walls, and others didn't explode. The space around them had already split apart, incomparably terrifying, dense like a spider web as they stretched in all directions. Moon Rhinoceros Clan's beauty felt a tremendous pain that was difficult to bear. She rubbed the space between her brows, and then released a sharp cry, face becoming snow-white and losing color. It was because that jade horn had broken off, crushed by Xianxia's finger. She staggered backwards, body feeling a wave of weakness. Her eyes were full of hatred and bitterness. This person was too decisive, even more so possessing a type of domineeringness, not caring that she was a beauty at all. Pong! Xianxia pointed out again. Thunder shot in all directions. Moon Rhinoceros Clan's beauty jumped into the air, but a miserable cry still sounded. Every hair stood on end, and then her entire body smashed back down. Moon Rhinoceros Clan's girl cried out miserably, body scorched black. When she fell onto the ground, regardless of whether it was precious techniques or armor, they were all destroyed just now. The second person was ruined, making the remaining people feel even more fear. Xianxia didn't say anything, pressing forward. When his feet landed on the ground, the sound was forceful and clearly audible. Hand over your life! Someone cried out loudly, rushing over, about to fight an intense battle against him. Unfortunately, this time it was even more straightforward. Xianxia didn't even walk out that far. Not that interested in him, but in the end he was completely trapped, not let go of. Hong! It was just a single fist of reincarnation, this action alone proving his self-confidence. He was setting an example here for the others. This time, when the third person was brushed by the fist, his body continuously aged, so fast it left others shocked. The skin and other parts began to crack apart, wrinkles layering on top of each other. Then, Xianxia added an attack, sending him flying towards the stone wall. Another person lost his ability to move. Pong! Xianxia flew outwards. He took a step in midair, tramping space until it cracked apart, and then rushed towards the other two. Pooh! Two people coughed out blood, unable to resist. This type of battle didn't have any suspense, ending in an instant. Xianxia looked coldly at these individuals. The 5 of them were completely suppressed without exception. Only, Xianxia didn't feel too much joy inside, nor was there any deep hatred and great bitterness. He only stared at these people with coldness and contempt. Is this the so-called immeasurable heavens experts? Nothing more than this, Xianxia said. Then he suddenly acted out, moving like a streak of lightning, disappearing in a flash, continuously taking action, giving the 5 of them a vicious beating, completely uninterested if there was a beauty among them. The 5 of them felt incomparable shame. Right now, their faces were swollen like pig heads. None of them could tolerate being humiliated like this. Truly nothing special. Is this immeasurable heavens experts? I am starting to seriously doubt if the so-called heavenly deity institution has an undeserved reputation, perhaps not really worth going. Xianxia acted fiercely, worsening these individuals' injuries. Every single one of them had bloody noses and swollen faces, their conditions incredibly miserable. Do you think you're unmatched just because you defeated us? If senior brother Lu Tuo came, he can suppress you with just a raise of his hand. One of them shouted, feeling extremely unconvinced. The 5 of them released a sigh. Was this basically verification of what was said before? When they thought of the lunar jade rabbit's words, they felt a deep humiliation. Show! Right at this time, the 9 Phoenix Furnace finally activated. It didn't protect the 5 of them, but quickly moved towards the entrance, turning into a streak of scarlet multicolored light and shooting upwards. The faces of the 5 of them were like ashes, dispirited and ashamed. The battle today, for them, was like a nightmare. Xianxia was hesitating. Should he kill these people or not? If the 5 of them were killed, then it was likely that he couldn't enter the heavenly deity institution. Wang. At Origin Ancient Mine's entrance, when that 9-phoenix furnace was about to completely break out, it suddenly trembled, as if it was interacting with this ancient mine, carrying out a resonance. Only then did it rush into the sky, triggering cries of alarm from those outside. It was precisely at this time that Shihao seemed to have heard a type of great Tao divine sound, as if an ancient scripture that had been sealed for endless years was opened today, starting to be chanted. What was going on? Shihao turned pale with fright. Within the depths of the ancient cave, there was a strange power that spread outwards. It opposed the 9-phoenix furnace with just as much power, reviving at this time. What happened? Everyone frowned. This wasn't Shihao not giving them face, but rather a strange and bizarre phenomenon. Shihao opened his heavenly eyes, vaguely hearing the name of this scripture. He was immediately shaken up, his body trembling, not out of fear, but incomparable excitement. 6 Tao Reincarnation's great method, Supreme Hall's great art. Why does it exist here as well? He listened to it. The scripture sounds contained everything, not scattering away. Shihao immediately became incredibly nervous, a bit worried now. Could he obtain the 6 Tao Reincarnation's unmatched heavenly art? At the same time, he had endless question. Why was this Origin Ancient Mine so mysterious? Why did it even have this heavenly art? What exactly was buried here? Shihao was completely bewildered. This mine was too ancient, dating back to a time that was impossible to trace, rumored to be even older than Immortal Ancient Great Era. There was the 6 Tao Reincarnation's art. Who was it that left this behind? There were just mysteries upon mysteries. In the outside world, everyone was shocked. It was because they were even more alarmed than Shihao, feeling even more shaken up. It was because that 9-phoenix furnace struggled free in the end, breaking out from the surface, returning alone. It was burning right now, releasing loud and clear phoenix sounds. 9 true phoenixes spread their wings, carrying blazing fiery light that burned the heavenly dome. This divine furnace was rumbling, reviving, as if there was an artifact spirit that reappeared. There seems to be some type of scripture sound inside the ancient mine. Do you all hear it? Someone spoke out, eyes carrying a wave of shock. You're correct. There is an indistinct scripture sound that is spreading over. This triggered an uproar. No one could calm down. They all knew how mysterious this place was, that there were too many creatures buried here, even the 9-phoenix furnace discovered here endless years ago. At this moment, mists appeared layer after layer. There were too many things unknown, making their thoughts run wild. Ancient scriptures sounded right now. Which one of them weren't shocked? Many of them felt desire, wishing they could enter to obtain it. What about those geniuses? Why haven't they returned yet? Only the 9-phoenix furnace coming back alone. Finally, there was someone who became clear-headed, temporarily not worrying about the ancient scriptures, mentioning this question. The others looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't help but feel shocked. This was Origin Ancient Mine after all, those individuals unable to protect themselves even while possessing the 9-phoenix furnace. Were their lives going to be thrown away here? The expressions of the 2 elders from Heavenly Deity Institution weren't that pleasant. They already brought over the supreme treasure divine furnace, yet it didn't display its effects, unexpected events still happening to the 5 disciples. Not dead yet. Suddenly, an elder released a strange expression. There were 5 copper lamps in his sleeves. Right now, there were fiery lights flickering within. These were soul flames, and right now they hadn't gone out yet. What exactly happened? They didn't die yet. However, only the 9-phoenix furnace returned alone, while they disappeared without a trace. Were they trapped by something? When the others heard this, they all revealed looks of alarm. Those people weren't dead yet? All types of scenarios appeared in their minds. This scripture sound shouldn't have been because of them, right? Someone asked like this. Quite a few people revealed doubtful looks. This might really be the case. When they thought of this possibility, many of their eyes began to burn fervently, staring at the ancient mine's entrance. This was especially the case with Heavenly Deity Institution's geniuses. every one of them eager to give it a try. Not a single thing that came from Origin Ancient Mine was ordinary, all of them strange treasures of this world. For example, Lifestone, this was something that could extend life, change fate, its effects heaven-defying. For example, the 9 Phoenix Furnace, immeasurable heaven's #1 magical artifact. There were other examples, all the divine objects that came from this place were unimaginable. Now, an ancient scripture was about to see the light again, so how could they not be moved? A few experts' hearts moved, truly wishing to rush over and seize it. Elders, we are also willing to go inside. The first reason is to rescue our companions. The second is to seize natural luck and opportunities. Someone said, extremely direct. If one wanted to advance further, they had to borrow the 9 Phoenix Furnace. Otherwise, there was no need to enter at all, as they would die immediately upon entering. Now that someone spoke up like this, others became stirred up as well, because they knew that this scripture's value was likely not below the 9 Phoenix Furnace. If they could obtain it, that would be an unimaginable Tao fruit. In that instant, heavenly deity institutions' geniuses were moved. Many of them wished to enter the ancient mine. From the side, the eyes of the men from the other powers were burning as well. If not for the restraining fear they felt towards the heavenly deity institution, they would have fought over the 9 Phoenix Furnace a long time ago, using it to enter the ancient mine. Fine, since the 5 soul flames are still there, it means that they are still alive, so we have to rescue them no matter what. If there is an ancient scripture, we'll count it as your natural luck. Advance with caution. An elder agreed. The other elder added, the numbers still cannot exceed 5. It was because these geniuses were too precious, cannot be lost for no reason. If these people could rise up, they would display great uses in the future. The 9 Phoenix Furnace rose and fell in the void, only calming down after a long time. An elder moved his hand, summoning it over, handing it to the 5 that were selected just now, warning them to be careful. At this time, sure how calm down, quietly listening to the great Tao divine sound, silently comprehending and carefully thinking about it. He was studying this scripture. However, it was too blurry, the scripture sounds faintly discernible. He couldn't hear all of it. Unknowingly, he walked forward step by step, currently approaching the source of the sound. Suddenly, a type of incomparably frightening feeling suddenly rose from his mind, exceeding the past, surpassing all dangerous situations he had encountered up until now. Sure how broke out into a cold shiver, immediately snapping out of it. He looked forward, seeing a dark black area, no light visible inside. He stopped. Even though the scripture was enticing, his intuition told him that it was extremely dangerous, a single mistake resulting in the death of body and spirit. Wait, he made a decision. He was going to completely absorb the long-life medicinal liquid first, allowing himself to undergo rebirth, strengthen his flesh and spirit, waiting for an opportunity to look for the 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art. However, right at this moment, the sounds of footsteps sounded from the distance, and he sensed the aura of the 9 Phoenix Furnace again. Sure how frowned. Heavenly deity institution sent more geniuses inside. This was going to affect his cultivation. Isn't this Moon Rhinoceros clan's female talent? Why was she left behind here? Those people walked over, seeing the purple-clothed young lady on the ground, feeling extremely shocked. It was because even the bone on her forehead shattered, the scene quite miserable. Hee, older sis and the others, what kind of troubles did you all encounter, what dangers? Please don't tell me that you encountered that lower realm's Huang and were beaten up so miserably. A young lady mocked. She naturally didn't believe this, feeling that there was danger in this place, only wishing to understand a bit from the Moon Rhinoceros clan's young lady. She definitely didn't think that this was done by Huang, speaking like this just to stir up this young lady. Something's wrong. There are others here. Of the 5 that reached this place, there was a white-haired individual whose eyes were like cold lightning. He saw geniuses that were covered in blood in a corner. Who was it that did this? The young lady who spoke up before asked. Huang. That person replied. None of these people could move, all of them seriously injured, even immortal energy scattered, temporarily unable to gather it. They were all incredibly weak. The people on the ground were all discovered, all of them in miserable states. Tsh, who are you trying to fool? Already falling to this state, yet you still want to scheme against us. That young lady didn't believe these words, believing that the other party was purposely stirring them on, wishing for them to take risks. Like that Huang alone could stir up trouble in the 9 heavens above. Speak, what exactly happened? How did you all get injured? Just now, there were scripture sounds, so why did you all end up in such weak states? That white-haired young man also spoke. They didn't believe that this was done by Huang, their faces carrying arrogance, incredibly overconfident. This made those individuals laugh bitterly. Even the truth wasn't believed by others. This really was a type of grief. However, they also felt it beneath themselves to explain, looking forward to seeing these people captured as well. They didn't get along anyway, all of them competitors. Hey, why aren't you all speaking? What exactly is going on? Just a small Huang can even continue living, stir up such great disorder. In my opinion, he should have died a long time ago. The second group of creatures was still 5-membered. None of them believing that this was done by Sure How, their voices not all that polite. Footsteps suddenly sounded, calm and forceful, startling these people. They suddenly turned around, staring at the delicate and pretty, but cold-expressioned young man. Who are you? Huang. Heavens, it really is you, not dead yet. That young lady held her forehead, putting on a rather shocked appearance. They knew that there was great trouble. The people on the ground didn't lie, while these people didn't treat their words with respect, looking down on Huang just now. Now, there was a great issue. I don't feel like wasting my breath. I am going to cultivate in seclusion, so all of you seal yourselves so that we can coexist here. Sure How spoke domineeringly. It really was quite strange. When the 9 Phoenix furnace reached the depths of the ancient mine, it died out on its own, light growing dim. Do you really treat us as pushovers? That we'll seal ourselves just because you told us to? That white-haired young man said coldly. The rude words you spoke before against me, I'll just let it go, won't pursue it further. However, you all are still putting on an appearance like you wish to fight. So I'll satisfy your wishes, Sure How said. He took action again, rising up. 100 willow branches rushed out from behind him, turning into golden chains. Walala sounds rang out, piercing towards the 5 individuals. The white-haired young man roared endlessly during this battle, using the most powerful extreme art of his life, activating the most powerful precious techniques. However, in the end, he was struck by a few of Sure How's fists until half his body was in tatters, entire body covered in blood. As for that young lady, Sure How directly took action, releasing a finger. He was still holding back a bit, but it pierced through her palm, creating a large bloody hole. This battle didn't hold any suspense. Even though one of them cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, he was just like the other 4, still forcefully suppressed by Sure How. In the blink of an eye, there were now 10 captives on the ground. Sure How was conflicted as to how he should deal with them. If he didn't kill them, it felt somewhat inappropriate. If he did kill them, then he felt a bit sorry for their reckless mouths. Just like that, there were now 5 more individuals on the ground. Sure How left them behind, not worried about them anymore. Meanwhile, he himself also walked towards the long life pool, starting to cultivate. Soon afterwards, the 9 Phoenix furnace escaped, carrying fiery light as it rushed towards the Earth's surface. This triggered a huge uproar. Auspicious, multicolored light surged again. What exactly was happening in the ancient mine? The 2 groups that were sent out went missing, but their soul flames were still burning, not going out. Now, it was as if there was a vicious cycle. After finding out they didn't die, Heavenly Deity Institution's geniuses couldn't sit still any longer. There were still people who believed that these people began to comprehend the ancient scripture after entering. This won't do, we cannot permit anyone else to enter and take risks. There are already 2 groups of people who have gone missing, an elder shouted. There won't be an issue if they are a bit more careful, the other elder spoke. Thus, the 3rd group of people moved. Unfortunately, it was still the same silent conclusion, disappearing again. This time, forget about the Heavenly Deity Institution's geniuses. Even the surrounding people felt that it was a bit strange. Origin Ancient Mine was like an abyss, devouring creatures, more than 10 geniuses disappearing just like that. This was definitely a big deal, but they couldn't do anything about it. Not good, we definitely cannot let more people in. There is something extremely frightening inside. One of Heavenly Deity Institution's elders spoke. Expression fierce. With things already like this, they had to cut their losses. Otherwise, if they allowed more people to go missing inside, it truly would drive them mad. Those were all precious geniuses we were talking about. Inside the ancient mine, Hao looked at the group of captives. He didn't deal the killing blow, only beating them up. This group of people were shocked and angry, unexpectedly defeated just like that. Not a single person from their 3 batches could fight a great battle against that youngster. All of them unable to display any fighting spirit. Heavenly Deity Institution's people truly are annoying. I can't afford to offend you all, so can I not even hide for a bit? Hao grumbled. Then, he frantically beat those dozen or so individuals. All of them beaten until their faces swelled regardless of whether they were male or female, their mouths becoming crooked and eyes slanted. Then, he went on his way, directly collecting the long-life medicine pool into a magical artifact, not wasting the divine liquid resources. 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art. I'm coming for you. Regardless, he had to take a look. He couldn't hold himself back anymore. The dozen or so geniuses who couldn't move felt incomparably depressed. They were actually thrown here by someone like that, truly shameful to the extreme. Only, if they wanted to escape, they likely still had to rely on that youngster. Dong! A heavy sound rang out from the distance. A large black spider that was a zhang in length, looking like it was cast from dark gold, crawled over from the side. Huang! Hurry and come back! Let us free! This was a scene that was enough to make one fall apart. That spider was a corpse, yet its flesh didn't decay, and now it had a vague consciousness, crawling aimlessly about here. There were a total of 15 captives from Heavenly Deity Institution, every single one of their expressions deathly white. If they died like this, they would really feel too wronged. Relax. If you don't provoke it, there won't be any dangers. Hao warned. Kacha. The enormous black spider's 8 legs were bright, looking like spears. They drew out a string of sparks on the ground, as if metal was grinding against each other. One of the spider legs almost touched a young lady's face, leaving her so horrified her face lost all color. This wouldn't only be a disfiguring of her face, but might very well remove her entire head. Hao frowned. He turned around, using the willow deity technique to wrap around them, and then throwing them together. He then arranged a formation to protect them. That large black spider opened a golden eye, as if it developed life force. It rushed at Hao, speed crazy fast. Hao turned around. He didn't fear it, because there were many corpses in the ancient mine that were even more frightening. Chong! The large spider leapt up, like a black barbaric ox. It charged over in a fast and furious manner, immediately smashing into the ground. Sparks flew everywhere, the surface trembling with wang sounds. Only, Hao left behind an afterimage, long entering the darkness. This place was deep and cold, a quiet place inside of this ancient mine. This was precisely the region that previously released scripture sound, making Hao's heart beat quickly. When he came here, he had that type of feeling again. He was shocked, as if there was a sharp blade placed against his throat, that if it just exerted a slight bit of force, would slash through his throat. This type of feeling was as if he was on the verge of death, only lacking that final push. As a result, his entire body became uncomfortable. After arriving here, there was a suffocating type of feeling, as if his entire soul was about to dry up and die. Behind him, that large black spider immediately stopped moving. Even though it had died a long time ago, only having a primitive instinct, it was still incredibly frightened. It stopped moving, not daring to forcefully press forward, to the extent where it began to tremble, body trembling slightly, in the end even going weak, crouching on the ground. Hao turned around. What he saw left him stunned, extremely shocked. He finally knew how formidable the area ahead was, that it would definitely be extremely dangerous. How could a place that made this kind of vicious, archaic, vicious spider this scared be a good place? However, sure how couldn't turn back now. He had to advance, had to obtain the 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art. That spider was trembling and shuddering, ultimately withdrawing step by step, carefully leaving this dark area. When Shurhao saw this scene, he became speechless. Along the way, this ancient mine was incomparably deep, blowing over waves of frost. He held the 10,000 spirit diagram in hand, wearing Lightning Emperor's armor, preparing himself for the worst. This was for self-protection. He was going to stake it all. He didn't forget how much regret and desire Qi Daolin carried back in supreme being Dao right, wishing to obtain the 6 Dao reincarnations yet unable to attain it. He stole from all different clans, wanting to create a similar method, but in the end he was laughed at by the world, obtaining a notorious reputation. This was Supreme Hall's inheritance, and for some reason it was hidden here. Shurhao had too many things he was puzzled over. He had to obtain it no matter what. Could it be that endless years ago, there was this type of heavenly art even in the last great era? Shurhao said softly. It was because he had previously heard that Supreme Hall's inheritance was incredibly ancient, having some relationship with Immortal Ancient. In the darkness, Shurhao sensed a bone-penetrating pain. He didn't know where this place was, but while walking through it, he felt as if there were endless invisible swords cutting at him. In that instant, blood seeped out from his skin, many places dark red. The ancient mine became darker and darker, as if he was walking on the road to the underworld. After a long time had passed, Shurhao never stopped moving, yet he didn't reach the end. Moreover, that killing intent he encountered became even stronger. As time went on, the Lightning Emperor battle armor shone, displaying protective effects. Otherwise, his body might have broken apart. Suddenly, a pair of green eyes shone, looking towards him. Precisely on this path, there was 100 zhang tall ancient lion, sitting there in a dignified manner, overlooking him, eyes terrifyingly green. It was as if a single roar could shatter the sky. This was still a corpse, only its intelligence was a bit greater, as if it could understand Shurhao and the others' words. This type of frightening ancient lion remains. Just how long ago was it left behind? From the looks of it, it already had some spiritual wisdom, its eyes that burned like ghost flame, too terrifying. Ow! Right at this moment, it released a roar that shook the entire ancient mine, making heaven and earth split apart. In that instant, Shurhao coughed out large amounts of blood. The Lightning Emperor's armor shone, 10,000 spirit diagram displaying all types of creatures. It rushed out, confronting that ancient lion. Outside the ancient mine, everyone's minds and bodies were trembling. There was actually a beast roar that sounded from the depths of the ancient mine, moreover shaking the mountains and earth outside, causing them to fissure. Those outside didn't understand what caused this, feeling incredibly shocked. Heavens, what happened? Could it be that the so-called ancient mine is a nest, that something terrifying will rush out sooner or later? What exactly is there here? Even heavenly deity institutions' 2 elders' expressions changed. Their cultivations exceeded sect master level, both terrifying individuals, but right now, their hearts were pounding. No one understood better than them how extraordinary this place was, how many mysteries that ancient mine contained. This was an ancient mine from an era that might be even more distant than Immortal Ancient, so it naturally carried unfathomable mysteries. Meanwhile now, someone wished to break this equilibrium, wishing to bring the mystery back to light. What was going to happen? Origin Ancient Mine has too many things buried inside. Perhaps it can't be brought to light again, they said softly, revealing a look of worry. The 9 Phoenix Furnace was even randomly buried inside, so one could imagine just how frightening this place was. What exactly was there in the depths of this place? In the outside world, emotions rose and fell, everyone worried, none of them able to calm down. Inside the ancient mine, Shurhao's mouth and nose were scarlet red, bleeding from all 7 apertures. He unexpectedly suffered from this type of lion roar. Forget about him, even more powerful creatures would have exploded from the power. Fortunately, he wore the Lightning Emperor armor and held the 10,000 spirit diagram. allowing him to make it past this disaster. That 100-jong-tall ancient lion stared at Shi Hao, staring at the 10,000 spirit diagram in his hands. In the end, it disappeared into the darkness, thus vanishing. Formidable. Cannot engage in deep thought, only capable of a short period of consciousness. However, if it was released into the outside world, it would definitely be a great disaster. Shi Hao wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, continuing forward. He picked up a few lion hairs from the ground, discovering that they were even sturdier than steel. When he exerted a bit of force on them, they shone, releasing kung-chong sounds. If someone else saw this, they would definitely gasp. How frightening was Shi Hao's body. Yet it actually produced this type of scene. He advanced again, making it through this important checkpoint. He got closer and closer to the place where the scriptures sounded from. His body felt more and more uncomfortable, as if there were blades hacking at him. What kind of place was this? Shi Hao was a bit lost. The further he went, the wider the road became, as if he truly entered the underworld. This place was an enormous black abyss. In the distance, there were a few creatures that passed, all of them with green eyes, strength powerful. Shi Hao was a bit shocked. What kind of creatures were those? There was one like a dragon, another that was similar to the vermilion bird. Of course, they were all just corpses without life aura. But they still didn't disappear. Fortunately, this path was more scary than dangerous. Not only did Shi Hao wear the armor, his left hand held the 10,000 spirit diagram, right hand carrying the defying dragon scale, his preparations ample. Now that he walked along this ancient cave, advancing forward, would he be able to return? Shi Hao asked himself. However, he had to continue forward. A few natural laws hacked down like sharp blades. Sparks flew about Shi Hao's body, greatly shaken up. This proved that he was experiencing a nightmarish flurry of attacks. This was the result after both the Lightning Emperor battle armor and 10,000 spirit diagrams protection. If he didn't have them, who knew just how terrible it would be? Finally, he arrived. Shi Hao was stupefied. He originally thought that he would see a resplendent place that was packed with rows of ancient scriptures, but the result was completely different. It wasn't some mine cave, nor was it some pure land, but instead a massive building. It was incredibly suffocating, everything pitch black. Pitch black ancient building, what did this mean? Shi Hao walked closer, feeling that this was inconceivable. He quietly watched this scene. What era was this built in? What kind of things would there be in this ancient mine? Were there really heaven-shocking secrets inside? Shi Hao was confused, attaching great importance to this place. After thinking for a bit, he felt that he might have overthought things. Soon after, he focused his mind, walking forward to enter. Shi Hao pushed open the large doors in his way, stepping into the black-colored palace. He immediately felt as if he was in a palace of death, a terrifying aura crazily battering at him. At the same time, Shi Hao flew outwards, smashing into a stone wall, making all of the bones in his body about to break. Just what kind of place was this exactly? What kind of creatures built this? Why would it be like this? Shi Hao climbed to his feet with difficulty. He looked forward, mouth and nose dripping with blood. An invisible energy crept close, the pressure incredibly chaotic. It was as if a star smashed over. Shi Hao was terrified. What kind of terrifying crisis was this? If not for the 10,000 spirit diagram protecting him, he would have most likely died right there. He clenched his teeth with difficulty, walking forward, finally entering, stepping into this black ancient palace. This place was hazy and indistinct. However, this place was also incredibly desolate, making one's heart rate speed up, feel great fear. It really was a place for tempering the true self, the killing energy too great. Shi Hao's body rocked back and forth. The pressure he faced here just too great, body almost breaking apart. He walked inside, shifting his footsteps with difficulty. The pressure was unimaginably great, body about to explode, as if he was being forced to kneel here, fall into eternal rest. Shi Hao saw 6 figures standing there, every single one of them exerting a type of special stance, as if they were cultivating, but also as if they were forming imprints. What kind of person was this? Every one of them was incredibly terrifying. This place, as well as the road up to here, surged with world-shocking energy that made one suffocate, and all of this was brought about by these individuals. 6 figures? 6 Tao reincarnations? Xianxia spoke. It was becoming harder and harder to stand still here, his body on the verge of collapse. Inside the Black Palace, 6 figures towered, every one of them incredibly tall. They were like mountain peaks as they stood there, the pressure they gave others too great. Xianxia's gaze was deep as he stared at them. The pressure he was facing right now was too great, as if he was a small boat in a stormy sea, ready to capsize at any time. 6 Tao reincarnations, heavenly art? He stared at these 6 individuals, looking at their postures, comprehending their aura. What kind of unmatched inheritance was this really? In that instant, Xianxia was completely immersed, unable to free himself. The dark palace was extremely vast and spacious. Only these 6 figures towered majestically like mountains, the aura they exerted suffocating. There was nothing else. When one carefully examined them, they would discover that these individuals all possessed a forcefulness that was difficult to describe. That was the embodiment of Tao, even more so the ruthless release of natural laws, able to wipe out everything in this world. For a cultivation addict, these 6 figures were undoubtedly great treasures, heavenly books, the highest inheritances. Ever since Xianxia entered this ancient palace, he had already forgotten about everything else, concentrating all of his attention here, staring at them, carefully analyzing and comprehending. Only this type of heavenly art was too difficult, making one's mind wish to split apart, difficult to comprehend. Xianxia's primordial spirit almost dimmed. After who knew how much time had passed, he sensed a wave of chilliness, freeing himself from this state of almost losing himself, discovering that his mouth continuously coughed out blood. Xianxia became clear-headed. His expression was serious. Just now, he almost died here from comprehending this heavenly art. Right, if I cultivate purely through the gestures, the 6 figures, without any scripture, cultivating recklessly like this really might be throwing my life away. Xianxia became clear-headed, his eyes becoming bright again, no longer panicking, completely calming down. Right now, there were no scripture sounds that rang through the air, no true inheritance. If he only relied on these 6 positions, it would be difficult for him to completely comprehend it. This heavenly art was wide-ranging and profound, incredibly complex. When he fully calmed down, Xianxia recovering a calm heart, he examined everything here with the most cool-headed state, searching for the enlightenment he needed to find. The 6 figures ranged from young to middle-aged, then to the later years, every single stage present, all of them possessing matchless heroic spirit. This was what they all had in common. These weren't statues, but rather 6 great figures. Endless time had passed, but their flesh was still present, bodies not decaying. There was still a boundless wave of energy that shot out. This aura was too powerful. Xianxia even began to suspect that there might be endless blood essence inside of their bodies, carrying a sea of divine force. Otherwise, how could they do this? The 6 of them looked like they were still alive, the aura they released enough to make a heavenly deity explode. Not even a sect master able to endure the power here. It was too frightening. Xianxia silently thought to himself. If not for the 10,000 spirit diagram in his hands, there was no way he would have been able to make his way inside, would have exploded the moment he pushed open the doors. Just what kind of existences were these 6 creatures? It was simply unimaginable. If they were still alive, they would definitely be matchless experts, unmatched in the world. This type of presence broke down one's will, impossible to compare to. Meanwhile, there were 6 of them that appeared here at once. Xianxia silently looked around. These 6 individuals' clothing and personal adornment were different, should be people from different eras. Otherwise, there was no way 6 of these individuals could appear in one world. Without a doubt, experts like these were the leaders of their respective generations, drawing attention from everyone, their might oppressing an entire era. Their auras were too extraordinary. Even though they died without falling, Their eyes were still deep, as if divine stones were shining, overlooking the heavens below. That type of boldness was unmatched. Xianxia sighed inwardly. This type of heroic spirit, just the appearance of a single one was already enough to shock heaven and earth, throw the universe into chaos. He sized them up one by one. There was a young man, heroic appearance flourishing, eyes releasing sharp radiance, as if a true dragon had reincarnated. There was a type of might that shattered the 9 heavens, omnipotent. A middle-aged man, body tall and big, hair black like ink, figure imposing, overlooking the 9 great heavens. There was a type of aura that devoured mountains and rivers, the entire world in the palm of his hands type of feeling. An elder, back perfectly straight, hair white like snow, eyes carrying wisdom. There was a feeling of understanding everything in the world, able to see the reincarnation of life and death. 6 individuals, 6 unmatched experts, 6 exceptional heavenly talents. Just the appearance of a single one of them would be enough to make this heaven and earth tremble in alarm. Time moved on, the years like water, everything fading away. These 6 experts who stood at the peak of their eras had already passed away for too many years, their souls no longer in existence. However, just the flesh exterior they left behind was enough to shock the world. Xianxia sighed. After looking for a long time, he felt a sense of sorrow inside. Even those as powerful as these died. Who in this world could still be said to be undying? He had a type of feeling that these individuals were ridiculously powerful, not the slightest bit weaker than immortals. Are these long-life beings? Peerless figures of the immortal Tao? Xianxia asked himself. These 6 individuals left him too shocked, their styles too shocking, all of them rarely seen creatures through endless years. Could they be 6 great emperors? This thought suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind. The most powerful individual of a clan had the qualification of being called a great emperor. These 6 individuals had this type of boldness, definitely possessing this type of status. Only their origins were unknown, their clans unclear. To use 6 great emperors' bodies to illustrate the heavenly art, just what kind of great display is this? Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. If it really was like this, it would make one's scalp go numb, feeling that it was inconceivable. Xianxia began to think to himself, just how difficult was it to collect the remains of these 6 great experts? It might be too hard to find a single one even after searching for endless years. Why is there no scripture sounds anymore? He revealed a look of doubt. When he previously clashed with the 9 Phoenix Furnace, he had heard scripture sounds from this direction. He had sensed something back then, wishing to comprehend the Tao. However, now there was none to be heard. He wanted to comprehend the Tao, wished to comprehend the 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art, but there seemed to be layers upon layers of difficulties before him. There were no true scriptures. If he rashly tried to comprehend it, a single mistake would result in losing himself, his soul scattering. How did these 6 individuals die back then? Xianxia still had questions. He resisted the boundless pressure, walking over with difficulty. The blood within his body surged, bones releasing pipa sounds. He endured tremendous pain. With the 6 unmatched experts here, any creature that barged in would face the dangers of having their body and bones crushed. The Lightning Emperor armor shone, 10,000 spirit diagram flickering with strange bone texts, finally making him feel considerably better. Otherwise, he really was worried that he might explode with a PU sound. He discovered that one of them was injured. At the back of the young man's head was an arrow hole. There was half of an arrow left there, pitch black like ink, as if it came from the underworld. Xianxia felt his body go ice cold. Just looking at this black broken arrow made one feel as if one's soul would be sucked in, strange and terrifying beyond belief. He actually died like this. The back of his head penetrated by an arrow, his primordial spirit penetrated. Then he saw the second figure, the middle-aged man. There were spider web crack-like marks on the space between his brows. Even though the flesh closed together, Xianxia knew that it had previously been penetrated. It was to the extent where the forehead bone had previously even been shattered, only later on the flesh instinctively healed. What a miserable great battle, Even creatures as powerful as these dying while fighting, having the day when they would fall. It is just too cruel. Hao said to himself. Even this type of unmatched existences would be killed. Just how chaotic was the world back then. Hao felt that these individuals were the leaders of their generation, the commanding figures of their era. However, their ends were so tragic, ruthlessly killed. What era's existences are they exactly? Hao stared at them, wishing to distinguish them from their clothing. But he was left in despair, unable to discern anything. Only one set of clothing felt like they belonged to the final days of Immortal Ancient Great Era, because he had previously seen them in the dream back to Immortal Ancient. As for the others, he had no idea. It was to the extent where one of them wore clothes that seemed to have been grinded from a strange stone, linked up with immortal gold rope into an armor extremely primitive. Hao's eyes burned with passion, but his mind was extremely serious. This was an exceptionally powerful armor. If it was worn on his body, its defensive strength would definitely be astonishing. Forget about everything else. Just the rope made from immortal gold alone already proved this fact. The last great era, and eras that were even more ancient, already had the 6 Tao reincarnations heavenly art? Hao thought. Perhaps there was one other possibility, and that was that even though the 6 great creatures were ancient individuals, they were discovered by later descendants, arranged into 6 different stances to produce the unmatched great method. This person. Suddenly, Hao discovered that the 6th person's forehead was a bit strange. Even though a great era had already passed, the space between his brows still released a flash of light. Sinner's blood imprint? Hao was shocked. This was the sinner's bloodline's ancestor? There was actually that type of symbol between his brows. It was just like his. That symbol was strange, bright, illuminating the sky, could scatter the clouds. Of course, there was no way the space between that person's brows would be that brilliant. After all, he already died, only occasionally flickering and shining. My ancestor? Hao found it hard to calm himself down. This left him extremely shocked. There was actually a sinner's blood individual among the 6 great experts. Of course, the so-called sinner's blood wasn't something he acknowledged, but something claimed by some of the 3,000 provinces people. Hao firmly believed that it was a type of unsurpassed glory. He remembered clearly that there were 7 kings in the desolate border, their strength matchless. They defended the border area, accomplishments world-shocking. Meanwhile, every single one of these 6 individuals were peerless talents. One of them had a mysterious symbol on his forehead, this individual with this type of bloodline being able to stand together with the other 5 already explaining everything. How did he die? Hao wanted to know. He circled around this individual, emotions rising and falling within him. It was because he felt a wave of great changes, as well as a bloody aura. This person didn't have any injuries on his body, as if he was completely unharmed. However, after Hao opened his heavenly eyes, he saw many injuries beneath the skin, bones broken, muscles torn, the injuries just too severe. This was even more so the case with his skull that was covered in endless cracks, the crown of his head previously shattering. Hao sucked in a cold breath of air. In the past, just how many battles did this person experience? Why did he meet such a tragic end? This scene so miserable. Then, he observed a step further with the heavenly eyes, learning quite a few things. Within his flesh, there were many broken arrows, snapped spear points, shattered sword tips, and other things. Hao was stupefied, feeling a wave of sullenness. This was just too sad. In that instant, he seemed to have heard shouts of war shake the skies, as if he was watching that scene, that ancient battlefield. Experts were like clouds, stars continuously blasted down from the sky, the great battle reaching its climax. A peerless expert was surrounded, attacked from all sides. He weaved and warped about, charging forward, but within the flickering light and immortal energy, he was continuously intercepted. There were weapons sticking from all parts of his body, incredibly bloody, but there was nothing he could do. The battle still continued, lasting all the way until all of his blood flowed out, ultimately dying in battle. Meanwhile, behind him, was an ancient and dilapidated city, as if it would be flattened at any time. However, because of his final blood-drenched struggle, this city was still protected in the end, still towering there, lonely and desolate under the cold winds and remaining illumination. Shurhao was shocked. He immediately recognized that this was the desolate border. That city was the exact same as the one he saw on the black ancient ship's altar, actually this place. Could it be that this person was one of the 7 kings who defended the desolate border? Shurhao was shocked. He stared at this body, emotions surging within him, difficult to suppress. He didn't know if it was sorrow or joy. He now encountered a legendary figure, but it is only a corpse. Shurhao knew without even thinking too much that the battle back then was extremely bitter. Sun, moon, and stars fell from the skies. He resisted the enemies with his own power, moreover forcing them back. However, in the end, this person still died. After all, the other side's immortal energy was dense, supreme treasures dancing about. There were just too many unimaginable great experts. After watching for a long time, Shurhao gave this ancient corpse a deep bow of respect. He sighed softly. Even this type of powerful hero ended up passing away. He tried to surmise which era the 7 great kings who guarded the desolate border were from. How many of them were left now? How did this person arrive in Origin Ancient Mine? Was there someone who brought him here? These were all complete unknowns, difficult to guess at right now. Shurhao adjusted his mind, having himself calm down, no longer thinking about these things. Instead, he began to think about how to comprehend this Tao, how he could acquire the 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art. This was Supreme Hall's inheritance, its might previously dominating the world. He had to obtain it. However, no matter how he activated bone texts, no matter how many times he tried, this place still remained completely quiet. The scripture sounds from before didn't sound again. Maybe that thing can trigger it? Shurhao said. He thought of a beast-skin ancient scroll. Of course, it wasn't a tangible thing, but rather something produced from spiritual will imprints, originating from the Void God realm. In the battle back then, he obtained a beast skin from the Void God realm, on its surface the sword intent of a stalk of grass. It was sealed within a small space. Within it recorded 6 Tao and a few other characters. Later on, when his cultivation had become sufficiently high, he had opened this beast skin to observe its contents. However, his expectations resulted in disappointment. It was because inside the sealed beast skin, there was only a few damaged characters, not complete at all. He suspected that it might be a ruined piece of the 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art. Only that piece was too scattered and fragmented, impossible to cultivate, so he could only abandon it. Now, when Shurhao thought of this item, he began to engrave characters in the void one after another, trying to make the 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art reappear. Sure enough, there were some changes and reaction. As he carved those damaged symbols, the black ancient palace began to rumble, releasing great vibrations. This type of sound shook up Shurhao's blood and chi, as if his body was going to explode. The entire ancient palace was resonating. Then, the 6 great experts' bodies shone, the light spreading like ripples, producing scripture sounds. And it really was useful. Shurhao was pleasantly surprised, expression incredibly dazzling. He was stirred up, a type of ancient method about to display itself before him. However, soon afterwards, he frowned again. Even though the scripture sounds were great, it was hard to comprehend, a bit blurry. This startled Shurhao, making him feel regret. Why was it like this? He could hear some of the scripture sounds, but everything else wasn't clear. Only a great Tao rumbling that made one's flesh and spirit feel like splitting apart. The damaged symbols he brought over couldn't truly guide the perfect ancient scriptures. Shurhao sighed. He truly felt rather unresigned. Finding this place wasn't easy at all. If it weren't for the 10,000 spirit diagram, he would have definitely died. But in the end, he still ended up not obtaining anything. Because the scripture sounds could be heard again. Heavenly deity institutions' geniuses felt desire and envy. In their opinions, an extraordinary heavenly book was definitely going to emerge. However, none of this would have anything to do with them. Meanwhile, the other powers' eyes were also full of desire. Only, they didn't dare enter the ancient mine. no way of obtaining it. What is so special about it? Senior brother Lu Tuo and the others, which one of them haven't grasped an unmatched heavenly art? Those are true unmatched methods, while origin ancient mind scripture might not necessarily be comparable to it. Correct, this world doesn't lack scriptures. This so-called ancient scripture might not necessarily be comparable to those most terrifying methods. You're right. There are several types of heavenly arts in this world that haven't been lost in inheritance. Even though there is an ancient scripture that appeared here, it might not necessarily be comparable. In the outside world, a group of geniuses were speaking quietly. Their statuses were unordinary, naturally understanding many secrets, especially in regards to methods and other things. They understood a lot more. From what they had heard, these peerless talents grasped ancient heavenly arts. Inside Origin Ancient Mind, Hao was still having a headache. In the end, with an incredibly gloomy expression, he stared at that sinner's blood ancestor. He clenched his teeth and then said, "Can only take a risk." Immediately afterwards, the space between his brows shone. He activated sinner's blood, operating the most powerful blood energy, making that symbol between his brows appear, engraving itself in the void. In that instant, light shone endlessly, divine radiance breaking through the skies. This place became incomparably resplendent. He seemed to be using this symbol to connect with the symbol between that peerless expert's brows, trying to find an opportunity this way. Hong. Sure enough, even though that unmatched expert died, the imprint in his frontal bones still remained, not disappearing. At this moment it also revived, resonating here. It was as if mountains were moved and seas shifted, massive fluctuations rippling outwards, covering heaven and earth, engulfing the entire ancient palace. The space between that corpse's brows was resplendent, an ancient symbol appearing. One man, one corpse, these two creatures confronted each other, the two symbols looking like they immediately encountered another close one. They displayed themselves, resonating and rumbling with noise. Shwa! The symbol between that peerless expert's brows turned into water ripples, pouring down in torrents, surrounding this place, immediately becoming incomparably brilliant. Then, that symbol divided again and again, eventually fluttering through the air like a rain of light, submerging the corpse. That character looked divine and extraordinary. Those symbols were everywhere. The symbol between Hao's brows was the same as his. Hao felt like he was being drawn by a strange type of power, as if he was going to merge with the other individual. Hong. It was even more frightening than collapsing mountains and roaring seas. The space between Hao's brows released a streak of light, as if linking up with the other party's imprint symbol. Everything changed. In that instant, it was as if 100 worlds of reincarnations passed, as if a rosy dawn was emerging. An expanse of gorgeous colors rushed out, divine sound ringing out. Hao's ears rumbled with noise, the resonant voice so clear it was as if a bell was ringing, sounding within his heart. A Tao method, as if made by heaven, rushed into his sea of consciousness, absolutely deafening. These were unmatched, profound mysteries. In that instant, everything changed. Hao and that exceptional expert exchanged emotions. He heard the scripture sounds. This time, the scripture sounds were extremely clear in his ears, extremely real. He heard it all, leaving him completely intoxicated. 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art, it was currently being broken down for a single young man to hear. The scripture sounds were like a song, gentle as it floated over. Specks of light flew about, as if they were going to scatter onto one's soul. Hao was completely engrossed. His wishes were fulfilled. Hearing the 6 Tao Reincarnations here, an unmatched scripture currently ringing through his mind. All of his concentration was poured into this, studying every sentence meticulously, comprehending every segment. He would think a long time about every passage, silently comprehending it. The space between his brows shone, a mysterious imprint swirling with auspicious multicolored light, resonating with that peerless expert. Endless divine light was released from both sides' eyes, multicolored light shining brilliantly. A tremendous wave of energy pervaded the air, the result of an exchange between individuals of the same bloodline, rumbling here. Unfortunately, that unmatched expert had long passed away, unable to remain before. No matter how sure how struggled, he couldn't sense his spiritual will and other things. Sure how tossed these thoughts aside, no longer thinking and bickering over this. He only focused on the 6 Tao reincarnation scripture, silently analyzing true meaning, trying to understand the most fundamental profound mysteries. It had to be said that this ancient heavenly art was profound and deep. Even for a cultivation genius like Sure How, he continuously frowned, thinking over many things. He had no choice but to forcefully remember the scriptures. There were some areas just too difficult to understand, impossible to comprehend through in a short amount of time. He could only leave it for the future. Sure How was stumped. The more he comprehended, the more he felt that this was complicated and difficult to fathom, endlessly profound, as if grasping it would allow him to move the stars in the sky, all living things in the universe. This was 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art, just the beginning stage already giving Sure How a headache. As the scripture sounds rang out, reaching the late stage, it was as if he saw the prosperity and decline of all things, the changes of the universe, great eras passing one after the next. This type of scene left him terrified. Just what kind of power was this? For even the heaven and earth to decline, go back and forth, truly made one's blood run cold. In this world, nothing was everlasting, including this one. There will always be an end. Then, how was he supposed to free himself, avoid this? Was there only reincarnation? When he reached this step, Sure How felt a deep coldness run down his back, his soul turning cold. This was different from what he acknowledged, different from what he had previously thought. Was there really reincarnation? He didn't believe it. He believed that one could only continue existing by not dying. But now that he came into contact with this type of legendary ancient heavenly art, it clearly clashed with his previous beliefs. Could this even be cultivated? The two clashed. He really didn't know if he should continue cultivating it. Sure How frowned, feeling a bit lost, a bit distracted. Continuing like this wouldn't do. If he missed out on this opportunity, it was unknown if there'd be a next time. I have to cultivate it. What contradiction. Let me see for myself if there are any mysteries, the root of what disagrees with my own will. I want to see its true meaning. Sure How set his resolution, eyes now shining with radiance again. He treated this comprehension like a battle, comparing this with his own beliefs, wishing to understand its various parts. Only by understanding could he compare, truly see through this technique. Scripture sounds continued unendingly. Sure How's pupils became more and more deep. He stood here, listening to the sounds of the source, comprehending this type of unmatched great technique. At this moment, he couldn't feel the flow of time any longer, everything seemingly freezing. He was like a stone sculpture, resonating with heaven and earth. He harmonized with the ancient times, as if he had existed in the mortal world for thousands of eras. Eventually, time seemed to have become chaotic. Meanwhile, Sure How also developed a stranger feeling. His body gradually revived, as if he was comprehending the Tao. In that instant, he experienced endless years, watched the world's prosperity and decline. In a daze, he felt as if he had only now obtained the 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art, only now starting his comprehension. It was a strange feeling, one that was quite contradicting as well. He felt as if he arrived from the ancient times, forgetting everything, but then soon afterwards, after just a momentary distractedness, he then seemed to be peering into the future. He seemed to have become lost, unexpectedly forgetting his self. Only after a long time did Sure How suddenly tremble. When he opened his mouth, a large mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Only then did he free himself from that strange state. How formidable! Sure How sighed. Was this the 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art? This wasn't the end, just the beginning. The more he comprehended, the more vast Sure How felt this method was. No wonder it was regarded as a heavenly art. Since the ancient times, there weren't many things called heavenly art, the methods with these titles things that could be counted. There were a few inheritances who added the title heavenly art themselves, while in reality, they didn't really deserve it. In this origin ancient mine, Hao calmed down, preparing to cultivate here until he fully comprehended everything. Hao's hands formed imprints. He began to imitate the 6 great experts, because every single one of them displayed a type of stance, these stances incredibly mysterious, unable to see through. Previously, when he hadn't obtained the scriptures, when Hao studied these stances, his head was going to split from pain. Everything became blurry, he couldn't comprehend them at all. Now Hao understood, as if he gained a moment of enlightenment. He carefully observed the 6 great experts' bodies, analyzing the unmatched profound mysteries stored within. These are only hand seals, Hao said with a sigh. The hand seals of these 6 individuals were already so formidable, making him feel more and more engrossed the more he observed them, unable to free himself. Hong! The first hand seal was already completed by Hao. In that instant, heaven and earth split apart. A boundless spiritual world seemed to have appeared, blasting him in the face. This was extremely strange, immediately making Hao jump, his Tao heart unstable. That hand seal immediately scattered, and then the scene naturally disappeared. Isn't it a method for supporting precious techniques? Why is there this type of incarnation? He felt a wave of doubt. He slowly calmed down, taking a deep breath to calm himself down. He formed the seal again, displaying the first type of hand seal. Hong! Sure enough, space ruptured again. As if a world was being opened. The mountains and valleys were bright and graceful, immortal mists pervading the air. Everything was pure and holy, hazy and indistinct. This hand seal is extremely unusual, full of heavenly Tao aura. The so-called 6 Tao reincarnations, could it be just like this? Hao seemed to have realized something. Soon after, he gave up on this hand seal, changing to another person's magical imprint. Immediately afterwards, heaven and earth shook. Moreover, silver winds roared angrily, black mist surging, releasing a wave of sinister energy. It was as if an endless hell was descending onto the mortal world, turning this place into a land of terror. This time, Hao also understood. This was occult Tao. Hao laughed. Did the 6 Tao reincarnations heavenly art point at this kind of 6 Tao? A faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips, not feeling too much intimidation. Then, he tried to support precious techniques, employing 6 great divine abilities, discovering that he seemed to be lacking something. My comprehension is mistaken? Hao revealed a look of doubt. The so-called 6 Tao, didn't it simply point at the heavenly Tao, occult Tao, and others? His expression became serious. He began to study the hand seals again, and this time he became extremely serious from beginning to end, analyzing all 6 great experts' hand seals once. Fortunately, it is only hand seals, able to be quickly understood, Hao said to himself. Ever since he heard the unmatched scriptures, he was able to verify the 2, able to fully understand them. 6 great experts. Their hand seals contained unmatched great Tao profound mysteries. Even though they were extremely complex, Hao still displayed them. There is another explanation. Suddenly, Hao became shocked. When he changed a bit, those 6 hand seals unexpectedly displayed a completely different type of power. In that instant, earth, flame, wind, water, 6 types of life and death, 6 types of scenes took from here, and then they were displayed. How could it be like this? 6 Tao reincarnations didn't necessarily mean 6 Tao. It was different from his previous understanding. Was this also a type of 6 Tao reincarnations? Then, Hao continued to study it, observing and copying the 6 hand seals, displaying them one by one. He carefully analyzed it, developing a new experience and result. This time, it was completely different. Hao seemed to have seen a supreme being wither between heaven and earth, flesh and spirit, turning into fertile land. Even the most powerful existence eventually reaching the end of its life. However, the fertile land it turned into was quickly absorbed by a great tree, some of the nutrients turning into emerald green leaves, starting a new cycle of life reincarnation. The leaves were eaten by a creature, becoming a part of it, and after endless years, this creature grew into an unmatched supreme being. During this time, the life matter wandered about, appearing rather illusory. Xianxia became absent-minded, entering a state of silence. Could this also be considered 6 Dao reincarnations? Slowly, he began to delve into this method, acquiring new experiences and discoveries. The 6 Dao reincarnations wasn't limited to a single form, but rather diverse and multivariant. Only now did he understand how important the records of predecessors were. It was completely different from his imaginations. The so-called 6 Dao reincarnations might not clash with what he believed. The 6 Dao reincarnations had all types of incarnations, each different type extremely stunning. Then, Xianxia devoted himself wholeheartedly to this. No wonder this method needed 6 great experts' corpses to display. It was because there was nothing in this world that was more suitable. This type of method was too profound, ordinary people unable to display it. If an ordinary cultivator tried to adopt these stances, they would be seriously injured. Then Xianxia cultivated the 6 great hand seals, everything going smoothly. One could imagine just how great their power was. Hong! An enormous sound rang through the air, stirring up an unusual type of energy. Just like that, Xianxia comprehended the 6 types of hand seals, his strength exceeding the past, now truly exceptional. In the end, he successfully cultivated it. Xianxia's body moved with his will in a carefree manner. In this black and spacious ancient palace, he unfolded his body, moving about like a barbaric dragon, instantly displaying 6 types of stances. The 6 great hand seals were quickly completed. In that instant, wind, rain, and lightning appeared, the stars in outer space looking as if they were going to all descend. Apart from this, there were all types of ancient creatures as well, mountains, rivers, and all things emerged. Everything was indistinct. This was the initial stage of the heavenly art, an irregular phenomenon that appeared after he displayed the hand seals. Xianxia had a strong intuition that this heavenly art was formidable, exceeding his imagination, that there were still mysteries to unearth, that there was immeasurable power that would slowly be released. However, presently this was already enough. He was in the holy sacrifice realm, so now that he reached this step, operating the 6 great hand seals was already enough. Everything went smoothly, the Tao achieved. Now, he only needed to strengthen his own cultivation realm, and then the heavenly art and corresponding characteristics and power would emerge. After pushing open the Black Palace's doors, Xianxia turned around to give the 6 great experts one last look, and then he walked out. The scripture had already been remembered. He didn't know if it was complete or not, but the scripture chanted here had already been engraved in his mind. He hoped that this was a completely intact heavenly art. A 10-zhang tall scarlet scorpion was currently crawling along. Around it a deathly aura. That scorpion tail flickered with cold light, intimidating to the extreme. When that scorpion tail brandished about, the surrounding space distorted and caved in. Origin ancient mine, there were too many mysteries here. This heavenly scorpion was definitely at a peerless level. Xianxia entered a state of silence. This place was too dangerous, any random creature this extraordinary. Just what kind of place did he end up in? Just how many mysteries were buried since the ancient times? Ayo-ho! A beast roar sounded. The earth quaked and mountains shook. The inside of the ancient mine felt suffocating, the ground almost collapsing. An ancient lion 100 zhang tall walked out from the spacious passage, walking towards another direction. Its entire body was sticky with grimy blood, its mane thick and intimidating. No one knew just how long this lion had existed for. If it didn't come from the archaic era, then it would be from the last great era, yet its flesh was still extremely tyrannical. Xianxia shivered inwardly. He had seen this ancient lion before, but back then, there wasn't any grimy blood on its body. It obviously fought with another creature just now. His heart jumped. Origin ancient mine wasn't quiet. There were battles underground, this place not deathly still. This made it hard for Xianxia to calm down. Feeling a bit uneasy. This place was different from what he had imagined. There shouldn't be some type of immeasurable existence that was born here, right? Every single one of these corpses were giants before their death. No lack of world-shaking experts. Just how did they all die? Were their remains brought inside by someone? Or did they die here? How silently thought to himself. Could it be that there really was an immortal king slumbering in Origin ancient mine, waiting for resurrection in all life Earth? And now, there were signs appearing? It was clear that this place was extremely different and strange. Even a supreme treasure like the 9 Phoenix Furnace was unearthed here, buried casually in the earth. It was a bit unimaginable. Oh! Suddenly, How heard a bugle horn sound. It was heavy, oppressive, and cold, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. Then, he saw a few ancient corpses, every one of them wearing black gold armors, ice-cold and silent. They were hurrying towards a certain area. The void was blurry. It caved in, presenting a strange passage that led to an unknown place. These ancient corpses entered one after another. Is this a reconstruction of past scenes? How was a bit stupefied, not believing that this was something really happening right now. He opened his heavenly eyes. As a result, the void produced lightning, and then with a hong sound, it hacked down towards him. Was it trying to prevent him from interfering? Origin ancient mine. This place looked quiet and peaceful, the ancient cave only starting to devour the heaven's spiritual essence after a period of time. Who would have thought that it was actually so uncalm underground, that all types of strange things were happening? Only the very depths had gray mists pervading the air. There were ancient figures seated there, impossible to see through, extremely mysterious. He felt as if there were paramount figures sitting there, no one able to approach them. It was almost as if he was facing the 3-footed, 2-eared cauldron that came from the future again. Felt a bit familiar, a bit strange. Could it be that the cauldron's owner, or someone related to it, is seated inside? How was confused, only feeling that it was extremely strange. In the end, he didn't go inside. The difference in strength was too great. Even with the 10,000 spirit diagram in hand, he still didn't dare act too recklessly, or else he would most likely bring a huge killing disaster onto himself. When he first entered Origin Ancient Mine, he already discovered that the ancient mine possessed a mysterious power that could deal with the 10,000 spirit diagram. I won't try to force things, How said. He found a peaceful place and began to cultivate, entering seclusion again. It was because he already knew that there were many people paying close attention outside. Aside from the various great powers, even 2 great elders from Heavenly Deity Institution arrived. If he went up now, it was a bit inappropriate. Instead of this, it was better to comprehend the Tao here. First, he consolidated the 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art. The 6 great hand seals were brought to the point of perfection, and after they were matched with the scripture, they were developed to the extreme. Then he thought quietly to himself. He used the heavenly art to support many precious techniques. Several days later, How calmed his mind down, no longer cultivating. He instead produced the pool of precious liquid. There were long-life medicine remains inside, like leaves and roots. This pond of precious liquid was priceless. At the very least, it was almost impossible to find in this world. It wasn't much different from slightly diluted true dragon blood, phoenix blood, and other things, a rare treasure. When How first learned that he most powerful geniuses of Heavenly Deity Institution entered the Phoenix Blood Pond, he sighed, believing that he missed out on a tremendous opportunity. Now he had a chance to remedy that. This place was peaceful, the lightning dim, ancient cave profound. He suddenly discovered some indistinct engravings in a corner, as if they were scenes that recorded ancient history. Inside the first scene, there was someone who selected a location, and then extracted immortal gold. This was an exceptional ancient mine, that person quickly making gains. One had to understand that immortal gold was something that made even true immortals, long-life beings and others' eyes burn with greed and desire, difficult to find in the world. They could be used to forge unmatched weapons. Then, in the second scene, a few strange matters were recorded. There were experts who died mysteriously in this mine, one after another. Those people weren't sick or injured, but in the end, they died mysteriously just like that. There seemed to be some struggle before their deaths, as if they were resisting someone, but there were still no injuries to be seen on them. On the third scene, everyone was still mining, but later on, they seemed to have dug something up, triggering great panic. Even the most powerful individuals from various clans began to take steps backwards. Unfortunately, the scenes ended here. It was unknown what they ended up digging up. The engravings that followed were even more frightening. The most powerful beings of heaven and earth, even long-life beings, died strangely, falling while experiencing great fear. The last engraving was of someone filling an origin ancient mine, sealing it up, no longer daring to approach it, abandoning it eternally. Xianxia was shocked. It was always rumored that this origin ancient mine was even more distant than immortal ancient. This might actually be true. Xianxia frowned. Based on the engraving's recordings, this ancient mine was filled in during the last great era. At that time, they excavated something frightening, something that should have even more ancient origins. Really is frightening. Xianxia rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. He looked at this dusky ancient mine, feeling a bit shaken up. Even the great figures of immortal ancient were staying far away from this place. This alone was enough to wake one up. Xianxia thought for a long time. In the end, he threw everything out of his mind, focusing on how to improve his own strength, transform himself. This medicinal liquid had wondrous effects. This was something that was extremely obvious. After Xianxia entered this ancient mine, he then entered the Black Palace. He had coughed out blood several times, long inflicted with inner injuries. They were brought about by unmatched power, injuries normal spiritual herbs and other things couldn't heal. He needed time to recover. However, now the hidden injuries quickly disappeared. He operated bone texts with full force, using the true primordial record, refining his body with the medicinal pool and mending his primordial spirit. In that instant, white mist surged. That was the immortal Tao energy stored within the long-life medicine. Quickly surrounded Xianxia, making his figure indistinct. Pong! The clothes on his body exploded, turning to ashes. Then, brilliant light erupted, auspicious radiance surging endlessly, making Xianxia's skin sparkling and brilliant, flowing with precious light. Still not enough. Need to stir up my blood and qi. Only like this can I truly transform, Xianxia said to himself. He used his magical force, exhausting his Tao, stirring up all of his body's blood, almost completely burning himself dry. His body was pushed to the brink of transformation. A few days later, the pool of long-life liquid began to steam, turning into vapor, filling this place. Then, countless golden vortices appeared on Xianxia's skin, frantically devouring the surrounding immortal Tao energy, swallowing the mist. This furnace of medicinal liquid's essence was completely absorbed and refined. At the same time, Xianxia's entire body was covered in cracks, bones broken, inner organs dim. It was as if he collapsed on the spot, his entire body about to fade away, no longer exist. If one desired to be reborn, they must first undergo nirvana. To transform, one had to start from the very source, and only then could they be reborn. Hong! It was as if a streak of lightning hacked across the sky, an expanse of light illuminating everything. In the duskiness, Xianxia's cracked skin trembled. Divine light surged outwards through the gaps between the cracks. He knew that he was currently transforming, achieving rebirth. This was an extremely monstrous scene. Xianxia's entire body was splitting apart, as if a giant rock was smashed to pieces, but still didn't fall apart. However, from the cracks, divine multicolored light continuously surged. The transformation was extremely intense, not following a structured pattern, but instead displaying world-overturning changes in the shortest amount of time. This was true rebirth. If time was dragged on for too long, it wouldn't be rebirth, but slow cultivation. Kacha! The bones in Xianxia's body fractured a step further, the sounds sharp and clear like firecrackers, ringing with wong-wong sounds. Just the sound alone was like this, so one could imagine what the one currently experiencing this was feeling. Could be said that this was like a torment from hell. Normal people would have definitely immediately fainted, the intense pain difficult to endure. However, Xianxia persevered on, clenching his teeth as he endured it. He wanted to see every single change clearly, truly experience the so-called rebirth. This was extremely beneficial for his cultivation. When he was still a small cultivator in the past, he had experienced a transformation as well. However, as his cultivation increased, this became more and more difficult. Meanwhile, this rebirth process also became different. Now, the method to release the body's potential completely changed. Sure Hao needed to search and find how he was going to open his potential further through this rebirth. Pooh! His inner organs split apart, to the extent where they were breaking apart, turning into 5 waves of innate spiritual essence, changing into the 5 elements. This was the rebirth process. The pain he endured unimaginable. Who could endure this? Watch as their inner organs were smashed apart. Sure Hao's entire body was covered in cold sweat, his body contorting slightly. However, at this moment, he looked at his inner organs that turned into 5 types of spiritual essence, feeling a bit moved. Tong. However, he was also enlightened. If he wanted to create a method in the future, establish a different cultivation system to exceed those of the past, was what he was currently seeing a path. Kacha. The bones in his 4 limbs snapped, difficult for Sure Hao to endure. It was as if he was going to lose connection with this world, because this was the fundamental level at which he was fighting, now suffering serious injuries. Ho! He released a roar. His back became perfectly straight, trying his best to raise his head high. It was as if a true dragon was rising from behind him, his entire body shining. However, with a ka sound, that bone still broke. Cold sweat poured down Sure Hao's body. 100 bones were all broken, the inside of his body currently undergoing great changes. All of his bones were fracturing, and then being reconstructed. This was a process that was painful, yet worth looking forward to. Soon afterwards, Sure Hao's entire body became scorched black. His skin dried up. That was because he was exchanging blood, swapping skins. Black blood shot out from his pores, mixed within some crushed bone matter. This was just too hard to believe. This type of transformation too miserable. During normal transformations, how could it be anywhere near this? This was simply like forcibly hacking one down with a hatchet and then rebuilding a new body. For ordinary people, the damage was just too severe. However, Sure Hao's body was extremely sturdy. Even though he was in great pain, he still endured it, and he truly saw his body transform, the benefits tremendous. Blood was shining. The bright red droplets suffused with a layer of brilliant luster. This blood possessed spirituality, as if a single drop was a stalk of precious medicine. After his inner organs shattered, spiritual essence gathered, the flesh condensing and then reconstructing. As for the bones, after breaking, the bone marrow became resplendent, shining like a sun, breaking down and reforming, producing new bones. This process was completely new as well as a remolding. A new him was being created, not just a rebirth in name but in reality. Of course, this wasn't everything. There was another type of even more dangerous change that was arriving. His skull was fracturing, the bones reconstructing, flickering with light. As for his hair, it had long fell off and regrown. This was a miraculous scene. Hong. Eventually, his head was in intense pain. Within the crown of his head, a small, fist-sized golden figure was struggling, roaring with pain. That was Sure Hao's primordial spirit. It was also changing. The primordial spirit cracked apart, continuously releasing piece after piece of fragments, releasing brighter and brighter radiance. During this process, it sometimes shattered like ceramic, other times like a divine egg. After the shell fell off, a more powerful creature emerged. Then, his primordial spirit exterior split open, releasing divine light, displaying an even brighter gold color. Not only did his flesh undergo rebirth, this was true for his primordial spirit as well, everything becoming more powerful. The bones in his body released pi-pa sounds, the flow of blood increasing, 5 organs changing, primordial spirit transforming. All of this was carried out extremely quickly, this precisely a process of rebirth. While breathing, Sure Hao's innate spiritual essence surged. He sensed how powerful he was. He had now exceeded the past. Previously, his flesh was already rarely seen in this world, but now it became even more extraordinary. At the very least, in this cultivation realm, There weren't many people comparable to him since ancient times. This was a re-emergence. When he experienced suffering and torment, that was nirvana. Now he bathed in holy flames, already reborn. A powerful Xianxia appeared. His skin was dripping with blood, or it could be said to be eliminating blood. When the old blood was exchanged, the bones reconstructed, everything moved rhythmically, as if his body had undergone 1,000 revisions, making the spotless white bone matter even tougher. Xianxia could feel a comprehensive upgrade, his divine awareness extraordinary. At this moment, his primordial spirit's rebirth also reached its end phase. Suddenly, Xianxia heard sounds of footsteps. Someone was approaching. The place he chose was already extremely secluded, but there was still someone coming to disturb him, looking for him. This was definitely not a good thing. There is a person here. Entire body covered in black blood. Suffered serious injuries. A young man said. Another young lady frowned, eyes releasing divine light. Immediately afterwards, she revealed a serious expression, saying, "No, he is shedding his body and exchanging his bones, carrying out a rebirth." What? When the others heard this, they were all greatly shaken. This was a group of young talents, more than 10 of them in total. There were men and women, all of them young. The most important thing was that they were all extremely powerful. Every single one of them had immortal energy surrounding their bodies, exceptionally shocking. When this group of people walked together, it was enough to leave any great power shocked. They represented the future, their potential boundless, achievements impossible to measure. Everyone knew that if they were given time, they would definitely rise up, that a day would come when they would rule over the world. They would definitely become the most powerful figures in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Xianxia knew from a single glance that they came from heavenly deity institution. Only in a place like that would a group of stunning geniuses like these be gathered. In reality, it really was like this. These were students of heavenly deity institution. Originally, they wanted to come in each time not exceeding 5 people to prevent the losses being too severe. Only during these days Xianxia entered seclusion. When the 5 used the 9 phoenix furnace to come down, they avoided Xianxia not encountering danger. They were unsuccessful in their search and peacefully returned. This naturally triggered an uproar. Other geniuses wanted to enter Origin Ancient Mine as well, so more and more came in. In reality, in these past few days, everything was extremely calm. Xianxia entered seclusion. After they came down, they searched for their missing comrades in the safe regions, but didn't find anything. As for the ancient mine depths, they didn't dare approach, because a wave of mysterious aura made them shiver inwardly. At that time, Xianxia was also shaken up. The aura of the 6 great experts in the Black Palace was too terrifying, previously even making him cough out large mouthfuls of blood, sending his entire body flying. His rebirth is because of that medicinal liquid, not inferior to our Academy's true phoenix blood pool. Someone cried out in alarm, finally learning of this place's secrets. However, that pool was now about to dry, almost nothing left over. That naked youngster had already used it up to refine himself. He underwent rebirth here, obtaining such great natural luck. What a pity, we missed out on this, someone said angrily, feeling great regret. Go and ask him, see if he has seen our comrades. I feel like this person is quite strange. While he is transforming, we should capture him first, this person said coldly. If the rebirth process was stopped halfway, it was extremely easy for there to be great problems. At worst, one might die or go crazy, at best suffering serious injuries. An expanse of light was released. A few people took action on the spot, wishing to capture Xianxia. They made the same mistake just like the people before, feeling that with the 9 phoenix furnace they could suppress anything, that those at their level couldn't resist at all. However, they were completely wrong. Xianxia's rebirth was close to its end, now currently entering completion. He directly stood up, moreover taking action with the 10,000 spirit diagram in hand. Hong! Xianxia's body moved, displaying the 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art, continuously producing imprints. 6 methods appeared at the same time, light illuminating origin ancient mine, resonating intensely. Not good. This fella is too overbearing, displaying some secret method. Hurry and suppress him. Why is the 9 Phoenix furnace losing effect? This place became noisy, becoming completely chaotic. Sure how used the heavenly art to support 6 types of precious techniques. In that instant, it was as if all of eternity was illuminated, brilliance released in 10,000 streaks. Immortal light was hazy, chaotic energy surging. It was too powerful. Even though these people were all unordinary, they were all blasted flying, every one of them suffering serious injuries, blood flowing out of their mouths. 6 Tao reincarnations. This ancient heavenly art reappeared in this world? A beautiful woman wiped away the blood from the corners of her mouth, saying this with shock and difficulty. It really is. 6 Tao reincarnations. Has Supreme Hall revived again, descending into this world? Another person said with a trembling voice. He was just a single person, yet he defeated all of them. That tremendous blow just now felt as heavy as heaven and earth, solid and incomparable. While everyone felt bitter, they were also incredibly shocked. There was still this kind of person among their peers. Just a single ancient heavenly art crushed all of their conviction, making the faces of a group of heavenly talents grow drab. They felt unwillingness and helplessness, as well as a wave of powerlessness. What kind of person was this? Even though they knew that this might be an ancient heavenly art, to display it to this extent, it was quite unusual. At the very least, it should be hard to find at his age, right? None of those present were ordinary, all of them geniuses who entered the heavenly deity institution. Most of them had already cultivated a strand of immortal energy. Just how stunning of a lineup was this? However, they were completely defeated. This was too shocking. If news got out, it would definitely trigger an uproar. This person was just too formidable. Even if the entire 9 heavens 10 earths were searched, he could still be considered a matchless hero. Likely comparable to Lu Tuo. A young lady felt extremely bitter. In her eyes, Lu Tuo was the strongest war god, impossible to defeat. Others could only be comparable to him at the most. Even though she felt that it was a humiliation, she still developed this thought. Lu Tuo has this strength because he also grasps an ancient heavenly art. For our present age group, it can already be considered a tremendous achievement. Another white-clothed youth said with a sigh, feeling a type of frustration and dejectedness. He could be considered an expert too, not the best of his ancient land, but still considered one of the strongest. However, today he was directly crushed here, comparable to the most powerful individuals. The others also said with a quiet sigh. Who was he? This was what many people were confused over, continuously looking at sure how. He had such powerful cultivation, so why didn't he enter Heavenly Deity Institution? Right, he's Huang. He was exiled here, not dying after entering the ancient mine. It's him. He was captured by Yuan Qing and suppressed for 10 years, sent to this place. A few people suddenly understood. This person was Huang, a youngster from the 3,000 Dao provinces. Didn't that place represent decline and savageness? By now, no one believed Sure How was still alive. After all, he had disappeared for quite some time, sent into the ancient mine, so how was he supposed to live? However, now, all of their thoughts and notions were toppled. These people, regardless of whether they were male or female, were all outstanding talents of their area, their respective ancient lands' most powerful youngsters, but they were defeated by a single person now. Sure How looked at them but didn't kill them. It was because once it was exposed, there would be endless consequences. After all, these creatures all had powerful clans behind them. Of course, the main reason was because he wasn't someone addicted to killing. Moreover, with the desolate border becoming chaotic, a great battle impending, there was no need to bury those with the greatest potential here. Even though he didn't kill them, that didn't mean Sure How would let them go. They were looted one after another, all of the rare treasures they carried becoming his. What is this? A small jar of divine blood. Sure How was stunned. He found a jade container on a young man's body. Stored within was bright red and sparkling blood. It jumped about like a flame, as if it was burning. Phoenix blood. It was clear that this person wasn't as heaven-defying as Lu Tuo and the others, not having the opportunity to enter the pool and carry out a baptism, but he still obtained a small container. Excellent, thanks man. Sure Hao laughed, expressing his thanks towards that person. No, you can't take that. That person simply felt as if his heart was being torn. His lungs splitting, eyes turning red. When you took action against me, this jar of blood was already mine. Even you yourself is mine. Sure Hao didn't seem to mind, casually saying. Half of this group of a dozen or so were women. When they heard this, their expressions all paled. This fella wasn't even going to let people go? Then, Sure Hao moved him to the side, not paying any more attention to him, boldly tossing this jar into his own bosom. That person's soul almost collapsed from pain, almost going unconscious on the spot. Beauty, do you have anything on you? Or do you want me to search you? Sure Hao lifted a red-haired young lady, eyes brilliant as he sized her up. I don't have anything. This red-haired woman was extremely straightforward, glaring with her beautiful pupils, not willing to give in. Then I'll look myself, Sure Hao said. He groped about up and down, causing her to release sharp screams. A pile of containers were removed by him. Not bad. Several dozen half-divine fruits. Sure Hao was quite satisfied, moving on to a different target. Youngster, I'm warning you. Don't touch me. With so many of them here, there were naturally those with different personalities. One of the young men stared hatefully at Sure Hao, not willing to give in, still using this type of attitude to threaten him. Towards these types of people, Sure Hao was quite straightforward, directly beating him up until his head swelled up like a pig's. Then he looted him clean. Just like that, regardless of whether they were men or women, he didn't let a single one of them go, cleaning up this group of young outstanding talents. There were some who didn't have a hard time because they cooperated. However, there were some geniuses with bloody noses and swollen faces, beaten until they were half dead, in sorry states, extremely miserable. There were 2 violent and pretty girls included among these, given a beating. This really was viciously beating flowers, not only in name but in reality, making those 2 young ladies feel so much hatred they were grinding their teeth in anger. If you dare glare at me again, I'll slap your butts until they split into 8 segments, Sure Hao threatened. Shameful. Hateful. The 2 young ladies were furious, their faces entirely red. This fellow was too much of a scoundrel, not understanding how to treat the other sex gently at all, not showing restraint at all. Regardless of whether it was men or women, they were similarly beaten. These 2 felt so much hatred the roots of their teeth were sore. They really wanted to pounce over and bite Sure Hao to death. One had to bear in mind that neither of their backgrounds were small. Those who cultivated a strand of immortal energy were already considered rare geniuses, an ancient land only having a few. Meanwhile, both of them cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, so they could be considered a part of the most powerful group of heavenly talents. Normally, no matter where they went, they would always be like moons surrounded by stars, surrounded by others, experiencing great attention. Yet today, they were robbed, and this person didn't understand their beautiful appearances, directly giving them a beating first before looting them clean. Are you even a person? One of the young ladies was incredibly angry. Normally, those geniuses all surrounded them. Yet today, they were beaten crazily, even threatened to be spanked, truly making one feel dizzy. Pa! The threat already became reality. The bottom really struck. It was because Sure Hao was discontent that they were hiding everything, so he directly took action. He then took a few precious items from them. Eventually, all dozen or so individuals were dealt with miserably, their bodies stripped clean of goods. Huang, don't you feel you are acting a bit excessive? You are going to enter the heavenly deity institution in the end, so we will meet again soon. Yet now, what exactly are you doing? A few people couldn't hold back, loudly reminding like this, hoping that he would feel some restraining fear. They believed that Sure Hao didn't dare kill them, or else that would be too crazy, stirring up tremendous waves. Those who cultivated immortal energy all had tremendous powers backing them. So who dared act crazily against these individuals? If so many people who cultivated immortal energy were killed, then that would make too many people furious. I should leave as well, Xianxia said. He stayed in this ancient mine for too long. Even though this ancient mine was still full of mysteries, hiding great natural luck, he didn't want to stay here for a long time. It was because he couldn't obtain anything else, and this place was full of unknowns and danger. I am going to Heavenly Deity Institution soon, but all of you recognize me, so how can I overcome the shame and go? Xianxia said. What do you want? A young man asked, revealing a guarded expression. Meanwhile, a young lady was even more so terrified until her expression changed, face turning pale. Relax. I am not a vicious and merciless person. I won't ask for your lives, Xianxia said, revealing a harmless appearance. These people all looked at him, deeply understanding that this fellow wasn't good to provoke. As a result, none of them dared to recklessly cry out. Why don't we discuss among ourselves a bit? You all remove your memories of the ancient mine? Xianxia asked. I refuse. You better not bully us too far. One of them shouted in anger. Dong! Right at this moment, Xianxia took action, directly brandishing a white bone club, striking the back of that person's head. Carried bone texts, a rather heavy blow. This person rolled his eyes a few times, and then no longer moved, completely going unconscious. Xianxia didn't act politely. He removed a portion of his mind's imprints. The others' expressions changed. Doing things like this was extremely dangerous. A single mistake could cause body and spirit to be erased. We choose to forget ourselves, someone cried out. Soon after, this place became noisy from Xianxia's actions. Regardless of whether they really did cooperate or if he had to do it himself, in the end, this place was cleaned up. The group of people who tried to stir up trouble were knocked unconscious. I hope that when I enter the Heavenly Deity Institution, we all already forget about each other, Xianxia said. It was clear that this was impossible, because he wouldn't forget the plundering events that happened today. Too hard to forget. Meanwhile, none of these people were ordinary. Even though their short-term memory became hazy, their encounter in Origin Ancient Mine erased, they might still slowly recover in the future. Soon after, Xianxia arrived at the place with formation banners again. There were 15 people here, precisely the experts he had previously restrained. From a certain perspective, Xianxia offended Heavenly Deity Institution's geniuses pretty badly. From start to now, more than 30 people suppressed. I want to know why Yuan Qing wanted to suppress me for 10 years. He had interrogated these people before, now he wanted to obtain verification from these people. There wasn't anything unexpected that happened. These people told him virtually the same thing. Rumor has it that a long-life family, Wind Clan, requested the suppression. Someone replied. Of course, these were merely rumors that had only been passed around recently. No one knew if it was real or fake. Xianxia frowned. He didn't think he offended this clan before, not dealing with them before. He didn't know why this clan would tell Yuan Qing to suppress him for 10 years. The clan should have disciples in Heavenly Deity Institution, right? He continued with another question. They do, Feng Xingtian, 3 strands of immortal energy. His cultivation shocking past and present in our age group, one of the most powerful geniuses of the 9 heavens 10 earths. One of them replied. Feng Xingtian. Xianxia remembered these 3 characters, storing it in his memory. Then, he looked at these people, saying, Everyone, please pay up the ransom. Without a doubt, another round of looting was going to begin. All types of rare goods these people had on them were stripped clean, and then he started to remove their corresponding memories. Eventually, he became satisfied, swiftly hiding in the depths of the ancient mine. Xianxia began to think about how he was going to meet Heavenly Deity Institution's elders again. Should he just rush out like this, or should he wait for them to enter? While thinking this, an unforeseen event happened. In the darkness, pairs of green eyes shone one after another, as if they belonged to starving wolves. They made one's soul tremble, feel truly terrified. Xianxia's fine hairs immediately stood on end, turning around to leave. However, he discovered that there were even more pairs of green eyes near the entrance, and they were currently surrounding him and cutting him off. This situation was extremely bad. Sure Hao's expression changed. He had no choice but to rush further in. Oh! Beast roars sounded, shaking up heaven and earth. All of Origin Ancient Mine was shaking. In the outside world, the faces of a group of people changed. They heard the mysterious beast roar sounds, feeling that things were turning ominous. Heavenly Deity Institution's 2 elders' faces sank like water. The 9 Phoenix Furnace already flew back, but those disciples didn't return. What exactly happened? Their soul lamps are all still bright, not a single one of them dying. Why aren't they returning after going in? The 2 of them felt helpless, feeling a deep sense of fatigue. Unexpected things happen to so many geniuses, these losses too great, intolerable. The last few days they already saw that those geniuses who entered the ancient mine could safely return, so they began to relax their guard. They never expected to lose more than 10 people at once. There's no way, I will go inside to take a look, an elder said. It was because he heard beast roars. Something seemed to be wrong with Origin Ancient Mine, so if they waited any longer, something dangerous really might happen to the geniuses. Let me go, the other spoke. Moreover, he grabbed the 9 Phoenix Furnace, quickly rushing towards Origin Ancient Mine. The 2 of them couldn't advance together, needing one person to provide support. This was also to prevent both of them from vanishing inside. This was originally supposed to be an experience, yet this type of thing happened in the end, making them feel headaches and self-blame, regretting their choice to come to Origin Ancient Mine. That elder turned into a void image, speed too fast, hands supporting the fist-sized 9 Phoenix Furnace flowing with scarlet multicolored light. He quickly disappeared inside the ancient mine, thus vanishing. On the surface, many sects were in an uproar. A great figure from Heavenly Deity Institution entered the mine. This was no small matter. Will he be able to safely return? It had to be said that the 9 Phoenix Furnace was extraordinary. In this type of great figure's hands, its divine might was matchless, destroying everything in the way, far surpassing that of when those students operated it. What is this? As soon as he entered, he saw pair after pair of green eyes, currently staring in a direction as if they were pursuing something. They were ancient beasts that had never been seen before. However, they were extremely powerful, originally corpses. Heavenly Deity Institution's elder's expression became grave, feeling a bit of uneasiness. He held the 9 Phoenix Furnace in hand, quickly rushing outwards, because he sensed the auras of a few students. Soon after, he saw a pile of people placed within a formation, none of them moving. What a relief! There is no danger to their lives. These students were in terrible states, eyes vacant, as if they forgot what had previously happened. Soon after, this elder found another dozen or so individuals in a different formation. All of the disciples were found, unexpectedly not a single one dead. This was a pleasant surprise. However, when he saw those ancient beasts, his mind became heavy again. Those creatures carried a rotting aura, but they were extremely powerful, making one shiver inwardly. What are they chasing after? Heavenly Deity Institution's elder revealed a suspicious expression. He wanted to follow along and take a look. Chi. Even though this elder's age wasn't young, he was as agile as a rabbit, bold like a great pung spreading its wings, extremely fast. However, when he chased inside, he shivered coldly soon afterwards. He saw a figure that made him tremble uncontrollably from just a distant look. This was something that had never happened before. After he achieved the Tao, his cultivation reaching the highest point of his life, he had never encountered this type of situation. His soul was actually convulsing, feeling an urge to bow down. His strength was already so terrifying, not enough to dominate all sects under heaven, but he shouldn't be shivering from fear like this. He couldn't lessen this innate feeling of fear even with the 9 Phoenix Furnace in hand. Finally, he saw that figure. That person turned around, revealing its true appearance. Heavenly Deity Institution's elder felt as if he was struck by thunder. His entire body going numb, white hairs standing on end, shocked to the extreme, entire body cold. That was a person with a lifeless face, eyes incredibly empty without a bit of expression. Heavenly Deity Institution's elder had met this person before. Is it really him? His voice was shaking, feeling a great horror inside. This wasn't someone from the present era, but for him and some of the most powerful individuals, it wasn't too unfamiliar of a face. It was because in the 9 heavens 10 earths, within some ancient temples, this person's golden body statue was consecrated. He was an unmatched expert from the last great era. If he wasn't powerful, how could he possibly have his figure worshipped in those ancient temples? When he was swept through by those vacant eyes, Heavenly Deity Institution's elder felt a chill run from head to toe. In that instant, he felt like he was suffocating, his breathing about to stop. This type of feeling was incredibly terrible, even his soul about to leave his body. What kind of person was that? Even though he carried deathly energy, he still possessed such frightening power. Heavenly Deity Institution's elder didn't even take the time to think further, directly running. Even with the 9 Phoenix Furnace in hand, he still didn't want to take any risks, not daring to stay behind. That figure looked towards the direction he departed from, still standing lifelessly, extremely silent. Only after some time did he walk forward. Sure how naturally sensed the great danger, feeling as if he was drawing close to death. He knew that there was a creature he definitely could not defeat currently approaching him. In the end, sure how hid within that black ancient palace, standing together with the 6 Tao Reincarnation's experts, waiting quietly with the 10,000 spirit diagram in hand. He was truly left helpless, no way to proceed. He hid inside the black ancient palace. Beast roars sounded from the distance. Those were ancient beasts, strength great, surrounding this place. At the same time, sure how sensed that wave of deathly energy. It simply felt as if a death god had arrived, one that would reap the lives of anyone it saw. Sure how didn't move, waiting for him and those other creatures to leave. He could feel that as long as he stepped out, that creature could kill him with a turn of his hand. If it truly wanted to kill Sure how, then things would be much more troublesome. It was quite strange, though. That humanoid creature scared away Heavenly Deity Institution's elder with a single look. Yet now, it was hesitating quite greatly, not pushing open the palace doors and entering. He seemed to be thinking, a bit conflicted as to whether or not it should enter the Black Palace. Sure how was quite nervous. Just who was this person? Why did he feel like it was some type of reborn eternal existence? After a short period of time had passed, the pressure disappeared, the beast roars also gone. When Sure how pushed open the large black doors, he discovered that that individual had left. He feels restraining fear towards this ancient palace? Sure how was quite shocked. Just what kind of people was it that left behind this black ancient palace? It actually made that person feel an instinctive fear, not willing to rashly enter. Moreover, was that a corpse that developed intelligence? It can't be some unmatched immortal king, right? Sure how felt his back become cold. The feeling he felt just now was just too terrible, making him feel a sense of powerlessness, not daring to resist. He could only wait it out. Woo! I have to increase my strength. Head to Heavenly Deity Institution first. He made this decision. When he left the 3,000 Dao provinces, he had seen Yuan Qing and the other individual's strength, encountered danger in Origin Ancient Mine, deeply feeling that the Heavenly Deity level was only the beginning. There was still a greater path to take ahead. Sure how broke out. He had already stayed inside the dark mine for many days. Now that he saw a rising and falling mountain range, bright daylight, he felt as if he was dreaming. The underground world was extremely new and odd, full of strange things. It was clearly an abandoned ancient mine, yet it concealed endless mysteries. There were historical remains of immortals and undecaying beings. This place was suspected to have the corpse of an immortal king, as well as historical remains like the Black Palace. There were many things that were hidden, the mysteries impossible to guess at. In reality, the more Sure how pondered over this, the more he felt that this place was extraordinary. Even something like the 9 Phoenix Furnace had been randomly buried here, so only heaven knew what was buried in the depths of this place. Unfortunately, he regretfully did not find any life stones. He came and left in a hurry, not seeing any of these wondrous stones. Perhaps he had encountered them along the way, but overlooked them. This place was too dangerous. With that type of powerful, undecaying corpse who had already developed intelligence there, almost trapping him in the Black Palace, he couldn't stay inside no matter what. The air on the ground wasn't all that clean, to the extent where it could be called dirty, scorching hot. It was because there were no plants here, so when the ground was directly shone on, broiled by the blazing sunlight, the natural conditions naturally became quite nasty. When Shurhao came out, he used the earth to inch his divine ability, entering the earth quickly, leaving this place not drawing any attention. It was because huge changes had just taken place here, even heavenly deity institutions' old elder retreating in shock, rushing out. The other large powers naturally didn't dare stay here. Only there were still people in the distance, moreover quite a lot of them, remaining here. Of course, the most important people had temporarily withdrew, entering the Stellar Dome's warships, heading into the cosmos to temporarily stay away from the dangers. Origin Ancient Mine had too many secrets, no one daring to act carelessly. Even if a true supreme being came, they might still feel some apprehension, not willing to enter recklessly. This star was extremely large, its surface area vast. Shurhao kept a low profile, not wishing to expose himself, secretly leaving this place. Flying straight back to immeasurable heaven was too difficult. It was because right now he had already entered outer space, this star quite far from that ancient land. If he really had to cross it himself, it was unknown just how many months and years it would be before he would make it. Moreover, there were many damaged remains along the way, formation patterns endless. This stellar domain used to be an ancient battlefield, full of thistles and thorns, difficult to traverse. Can only wait. Shurhao clenched his fists. He already stayed here for such a long time, it wouldn't make too much of a difference to wait another day or two. In the end, this visit to Origin Ancient Mine left him more scared than hurt. His greatest reward was that ancient heavenly art, this likely going to become the cornerstone he relied on to stand tall in the heavenly deity institution. It was because from what he knew, the most powerful geniuses there all possessed ancient heavenly arts, all of them not good to provoke. Of course, now that he obtained the long-life medicinal liquid, undergoing a great rebirth, this was also a great gain. The current him, regardless of whether it was his flesh or spirit, both were greatly strengthened. It was also precisely because of these that he could now be considered to have left on the same starting line as the others. Otherwise, the geniuses that were most famous already experienced the Phoenix blood baptism, difficult for him to catch up to. Heavenly Deity Institution really is a good place, even having true Phoenix blood, backing quite great. I'm almost a bit impatient to enter, Shurhao said. At the same time he released a sigh. He unexpectedly discovered a true stock of long-life medicine in Origin Ancient Mine, yet couldn't capture it. That creature was just too fast. This left him extremely regretful. Not many stocks could be found even if all 9 heavens 10 earths were searched through, while there was one right here. With this medicine one could obtain long life, become undying. I couldn't even see clearly what kind of medicine it was, which one of the immortal medicines it was from the ancient records. Of course, he also had other suspicions. That long-life medicine might have very well formed after an immortal king died. It was because there were these types of records in bone books. There were unmatched immortal kings who died, turning into undying medicines, existing eternally. Really is mysterious. Undying immortal medicine, Black Ancient Palace, 9 Phoenix Furnace, and other things. That place has too many mysteries hidden within. Shurhao hovered around this area for several days, surveying those great powers' camps. However, there were still no large warships that took off, nor did anyone leave. He needed a chance, needed to borrow those people's warships to set sail. He could only wait. This required quite the patience. Shurhao felt as if time was dragging on, the wait tormenting. After all, he already made the decision to leave. He didn't want to waste time here, because every bit of time was extremely important for him. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have wanted to suppress him for 10 years. Based on his intuition, there was definitely a tremendous benefit in Heavenly Deity Institution that maybe only a select few could obtain. Otherwise, his rivals wouldn't have gone so far to deal with him. It could be said that suppressing him like this was a bit despicable, leaving him furious. Only he didn't know if the rumors he heard were real. Was this really done by the long-life family Wind clan? He didn't even enter Heavenly Deity Institution yet, but there already seemed to be some powerful opponents to watch out for. For example, that Lu Tuo and Wind clan's Feng Xingtian. Meanwhile, the long-life family's young lady might also be a close rival. When he thought of the Wang family, he couldn't help but rub the diamond band on his head. This thing was quite sturdy, still binding his head. No way of removing it. With his current strength, this shiny metal magical artifact might not necessarily be able to restrict him. However, removing it was a bit troublesome. He didn't have much confidence in succeeding. It was because he had previously tried using the everlasting immortal sword to cut it open, but ultimately discovered that the diamond band was covered in bone texts, unexpectedly about to explode. This thing was actually going to destroy everything indiscriminately. Sure, how didn't dare act recklessly. After all, this thing was too close to his primordial spirit. A single mistake might blast off his skull's crown, wounding the primordial spirit. However, he had confidence in not being suppressed by it, able to disregard its existence. It was just removing it that was extremely troublesome. The diamond band flickered with silver light, shining like a rainbow. While wearing it on his head, sure how exuded a unique and enchanting style. He lowered his hair, doing his best to hide this magical artifact, making it less conspicuous. However, when he did this, he was a bit like an ascetic monk. Forget it, I'll have the Wang family remove it in the future. If it really comes down to it, I'll capture their young lady in Heavenly Deity Institution. Sure how muttered. He was extremely discontent. He was forced to wear this thing, making him feel extremely uneasy, annoying him greatly. After waiting for many days, Origin Star was finally met with some activity. A large blue ship descended from the distance. Many people immediately surrounded it, waiting for the warship to open. Sure how was stirred up. He also rushed over, mixing with the crowd. This was a slave ship that delivered 800,000 to 900,000 cultivators. These slaves going to be used to dig the ancient mines surroundings. People from the large powers naturally went up to do business. Sure how hid in the crowd. He watched as slaves were forced down group after group, and then he watched as cultivators walked down from the ship, stepping onto this star. His eyes were deep, looking for an opportunity to sneak in. The large ship stopped for 2 days. During this period, this place was full of activity and noise. There were people from some great powers who were going to borrow this ship to return. This was quite a common thing. Normally, as long as it was ships that came here often, they would always show face, bring the people here back along the way. Sure how seized the opportunity, muddling his way into the ancient ship. There were many people, this place noisy and chaotic. Sure how took advantage of the disorder to get onto the ship. Of course, those with lower statuses who wanted to enter had to pay high prices. Fortunately, he looted a group of geniuses from Heavenly Deity Institution. When he got on, he had no choice but to give out a few rare heavenly treasures, thus slipping through. In these types of situations, these slave ships would always open one eye and close the other, because they had seen too many things. Disciples who made mistakes were often sent here by their families, and so they had to find a way to escape back. That was why this process still went relatively smoothly for Sure Hao. Of course, he changed his appearance with the 72 transformations first to avoid encountering hidden dangers. The large ship took off. Woo-woo sounds could be heard as it moved through the horizon. It turned into a streak of blue light, quickly entering the dark starry sky. Something's not right. I seem to have sensed a fluctuation from the diamond band just now. It entered the ancient ship. A middle-aged man from the Wang family appeared, raising his head towards the disappearing warship. Then, an elder also rushed over while carrying suspicion, staring into the pitch-black night sky, feeling incredibly bewildered. There's no way, right? That youngster should have died in Origin Ancient Mine. Don't tell me he can still appear, the middle-aged man said. In his opinion, Heavenly Deity Institution's geniuses had all suffered setbacks, and even 2 elders from the academy fled back. So how could Huang, who had entered the ancient mine for many days, still be alive? What a pity. If he was sent to the young Miss side, he would definitely become a powerful servant. After all, he already cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, yet he died just like that. Too much of a waste. An elder sighed, feeling regret. The large ship moved through the starry sky, continuously moving through the cracks in space, speeding ahead. Otherwise, if cultivators had to fly themselves, it was easy to get lost in the ice-cold dark cosmos. Aside from the tremendous distance, it was hard to even stay on the right path. Finally, they approached a great ancient continent, returning to immeasurable heaven. This time, I am going to enter the heavenly deity institution. Have to rise up, Xianxia said to himself, eyes resolute. The ancient continent is vast and boundless. This place is known as immeasurable heaven, high up above, overlooking the stellar domain. There were 9 heavens in total, this being only one of them, a legendary place. One couldn't see the horizon at all. Many stars were arranged side by side, but compared to this ancient land, they were like grains of sand. It was clear that there were more than one heavenly sun. Every region had their own, rising at dawn, falling in the evening. All formed from the corpses of ancient golden crows, Xianxia said with a sigh. He knew that there were some ancient golden crows whose strength were powerful beyond compare, among them existences that exceeded the limits of the mortal world. Unfortunately, they had already died, their corpses now turned into suns. Not long after Xianxia left the warship, a large purple ship moved through the void, entering this ancient continent, catching up to the blue warship. Dao brother, please wait. This was also a slave ship. It hurried from Origin Star, speeding here to catch up to the blue warship. What is it? The blue warship stopped, and the captain asked. We came from Origin Ancient Mine. An important slave from our clan escaped. An elder from the Wang family ran over. He was going to return to begin with, so he might as well use this chance to verify the suspicions in his heart. Unfortunately, when he arrived on this continent, there was a group that had already left the blue warship. Even if he ascended the warship to search around, he was still destined for disappointment. Xianxia didn't know about these things. He borrowed an ancient transport formation on the ground to leave this place. Heavenly Deity Institution. He only had a single target. He had to hurry to that place and satisfy his aspirations. Ever since he left the 3,000 Dao provinces, the journey couldn't be considered smooth, with many great delays. He had to hurry over with the shortest amount of time possible. There was no time left to squander away. He had previously visited a part of the desolate border, ascended Undying Mountain, seeing that the creatures on that side had already started moving, also preparing for war. Time was pressing. If he couldn't rise up quickly, ascending to the very peak, once the Great War erupted, not even the most stunning talent was enough. One needed to reach higher cultivation realms. It is still too far away. Xianxia was a bit stupefied. He really didn't expect this continent to be this vast, the so-called immeasurable heaven many times larger than the 3,000 Dao provinces. The 9 heavens were high above, larger than the 10 earths, the heroic figures here bringing even greater glory to this place. Just like how the 3,000 provinces had the lower realms 8 regions, the 9 heavens 10 earths, even though not as exaggerated, were still many times bigger. Xianxia felt a bit of a headache. He could only head to those giant cities and pay hefty prices to move through the transport formations. Otherwise, flying the entire journey wasn't too realistic. Xianxia borrowed transport formations one after another, walking through ancient cities again and again, continuously advancing in one direction. After spending half a month and using up many rare treasures, he finally approached his destination after borrowing the power of a few giant transport formations, arriving in the region where the Heavenly Deity Institution was. Stellar Sea, a legendary place. There were too many legends about this place. It was rumored that during the great battle of the past, countless stars fell, all of them smashing downwards, producing endless stellar radiance. When one watched from the distance, it was as if divine rainbows connected the heavens, bright colors gorgeous, incomparably dazzling. During that battle, a powerful being hacked apart the heavenly dome. Countless great stars fell, directly drowning out this place covered in endless brilliance. When one watched from the distance, it was as if they were looking at a sea of stars. Later on, this place became an expanse of abandoned Earth. It was because too many stars fell, completely ruining this place. If not for this place being vast enough and having countless great formations, it would have definitely been smashed through, completely destroyed. Despite this being the case, this place was still greatly changed, the fields turning into mountain regions. It was because there were countless falling stars. Even though there were some that smashed into the earth, there were still large amounts on the ground surface. A mountain range made from falling stars. Moreover, this mountain range was unimaginably tall, towering into the clouds, full of a majestic and oppressive aura. Of course, the reason there was this type of scene was because of great formations. Otherwise, how could there be so many stars left behind? Eventually, there was another great being that came to refine this place, truly turning the fallen stars into a mountain range. Meanwhile, plants began to grow once again. This region was thus named Stellar Sea. Apart from stars, there were a few supreme treasure fragments buried here, and even unmatched experts' blood and bones, making this place even more divine and unordinary. In addition, there were a few immortal caves that were buried underground by countless stars. After so many years had passed, Stellar Sea already flourished with life. There were many areas where immortal Tao energy surged, making it appear increasingly divine and auspicious. Heavenly Deity Institution chose this place as its location. This was the most auspicious place. It was rumored that beneath the mountain range where it resided, rested an immortal cave from the last great era, waiting to be excavated, about to appear. Normally, there was faint immortal energy all around the academy, truly mysterious and extraordinary. This was clearly the most ideal cultivation land, enough for great ancient sects to fight for. Only by making it the base for the Heavenly Deity Institution did the other sects calm down, no longer struggling over it. Stellar Sea was extremely large, this region comparable to 10 provinces from the 3,000 provinces. When he arrived, he found from just asking around a bit that almost everyone knew where Heavenly Deity Institution was. He didn't have to worry about losing his way at all. It was because there were many people hurrying towards that place during this time, wishing to be chosen so they could enter the academy. Along the way, Xianxia encountered quite a few young talents. After asking them, he learned that they were heading to the same destination, wishing to enter Heavenly Deity Institution. This left him shocked. Didn't the selection already end? Why were there still so many people hurrying over? When he entered Stellar Sea's depths, approaching Heavenly Deity Institution, he encountered more and more people along the way. There were some who rode on white ancient divine elephants, others seated on dragon-marked sparrows. They were all disciples from great powers. Finally, he arrived. Up ahead, the great mountains were majestic, purple energy overflowing, auspicious light surging. He could tell that this was a rare pure land from a single look. The mountains rose and fell, as if there were over 10,000 true dragons lying dormant here. The mountain range here is all piled up from emperor stars, full of spiritual essence, covered densely in divine matter. Someone said. Xianxia was stunned as soon as he arrived by the mountain gates. There were just too many people here, right? There were all types of divine birds in the sky, carrying a few princes and young misses, all of them talented individuals with a set amount of accomplishments on the path of cultivation. Could be said that they were all experts, not a single one of them ordinary. There were many barbaric beasts on the ground who pulled ancient war chariots, their bodies releasing astonishing energy. They also carried the outstanding talents from different clans, included among them the most powerful heirs of a region, imperial court princesses. These individual statuses were extraordinary, backgrounds extremely great. There were too many people, stretching out as far as the eye could see, endless. Regardless of whether it was the sky, ground, or mountain peaks, they were all crammed with creatures. Xianxia felt a bit dizzy. This was just too cruel, right? There were so many here, but likely only one could enter. Inside the mountain gate, it was incredibly pure and holy. Jade palaces rested on enormous mountains one after another, immortal light surging, auspicious energy lingering around, the scene incredibly astonishing. Those mountains had holy medicines releasing their fragrance, flowing with brilliant colors. Even divine medicines could be seen, moving around in the mountain region, leaving one stunned. There were enormous lakes, raised within them ancient divine flood dragons, treated like fish in an aquarium. From time to time, water splashed outwards, electrical radiance curling about. Xianxia only gave this place some hurried glances, but already couldn't help but sigh. This really was done on quite the large scale. The mountain gate was extremely vast. One couldn't see its end, only able to see the outermost scenes. Why did so many people come? Didn't the disciples' selection end a long time ago? Xianxia couldn't help but ask those around him. There were immediately people around him that rolled their eyes, not paying him any attention. Only a single person asked in confusion, "Could it be that you don't want to become a follower?" These words alone left Xianxia shocked. Soon after, only after asking around carefully did he learn about the true situation. He was immediately stupefied. Heavenly Deity Institution's disciple selection had long concluded. What the outstanding talents of various sects and exceptional talents came here for wasn't to become a disciple, but rather to become the core disciples' followers. Every period of time, there would be some disciples in Heavenly Deity Institution who would choose some servants, maids, followers, etc. These people came from afar all for a chance of entering this Heavenly Deity Institution, not minding that type of identity. Xianxia was shocked, really finding it a bit hard to understand. There were young supreme beings among those present, powerful clans inheritors, ancient imperial court princesses and others. With their identities, their extraordinary cultivations, did they have to go this far? It seems like you don't really understand. After entering the Heavenly Deity Institution, becoming those core disciples' followers, if we are stunning enough, there is a chance to become true disciples. Someone explained. For the sake of a chance, even a clan's pearl is willing to first serve as a maid. The young supreme being of a clan willing to serve as a servant? Xianxia asked. All things require a price, let alone entering the Heavenly Deity Institution, a place where the most powerful inheritance in history can be obtained. A beautiful girl said with a sigh. History's most powerful inheritance? Xianxia was astonished. Those around him didn't pay him much attention anymore, because they discovered that he didn't know anything, just an ignorant person. Xianxia rubbed his nose, trying to hide his embarrassment. The mountains were majestic, all formed from stars. After all this time, spiritual essence continuously released from them, turning this place into the most precious pure land. Heavenly Deity Institution had too many great peaks. Rumored that every single true disciple had a large amount of spiritual earth to themselves. This place was extremely vast. The people outside were long moved. They could see jade palaces, flowing waterfalls and flying springs, divine medicines that could run and move about, and rising immortal energy. Why aren't they coming out yet? We've waited for so long already. Someone complained. Many of the individuals here were their clan's most powerful heroes, country's imperial princesses. Not only were their Tao profound, strength great, their statuses were also formidable. There were naturally those like Xianxia as well, believing that being the follower of another didn't match their status, feeling a bit conflicted inside. Normally, these were all above others. Whenever they set out, they would all be like moons surrounded by stars, sheltered and pampered by their clansmen. Yet today, after coming here, they could only wait patiently for Heavenly Deity Institution to come select people. Even I, the successor of a clan, can only hope to become someone else's follower. It truly is a bit hard to accept, a young man in an embroidered robe said with a sigh, looking extremely noble. Lower your voices if you aren't willing, then just leave. Speaking out like this is only making trouble, someone advised. Think about those ancient imperial heavenly ladies. If they are chosen, they would end up as followers, maybe even maids. Would their statuses be even more wronged? There were some who were unresigned. They came here after listening to their elders' strict warnings, as a result feeling a bit frustrated. However, most of the people here really did want to become the followers of Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples. They wanted to use this chance to ascend to the skies, acquire the qualifications to cultivating the Academy's most powerful inheritance. Generally speaking, the Academy's disciples were all extraordinary, almost all of them cultivating immortal energy. Moreover, these people had outstanding statuses to begin with, all of these young supreme beings nurtured with their respective clans' greatest resources. Their future accomplishments were unimaginable. That was why these outstanding talents, ancient country pearls and others, despite feeling a bit unwilling inside, still consoled themselves after coming here and carefully thought things through. It was because those people forget about their cultivation, just their statuses alone were above those here. I hope the inheritor of a long-life family will choose me. A young man clenched his fists, looking quite young and tender, speaking in this type of hopeful manner. There was immediately someone who laughed, saying, "Don't tell me you are hoping the pearl of a long-life family will take interest in a brat like you?" When others heard this, that young man's face immediately flushed red. Long-life family, those were families who had an immortal as their ancestor. Solely in terms of strength, even after endless years had passed, they were still terrifying and world-shocking. Even those ancient countries, holy lands, and powerful clans had to act politely towards them, treating them with great courtesy. No one knew for sure what true long-life beings left behind. If those things were used, it would definitely be earth-shattering, able to kill supreme beings, wipe out countries, and overturn sections. Speaking of long-life family, there are some pearls who really are stunning. I really hope I get chosen by them. Even if it's as a servant, I'll still be happy. A somewhat frivolous male with starstruck eyes spoke, his face carrying a smile. He had purple hair, eyes filled with radiance. His strength was quite extraordinary as well. The others sneered, all of them shaking their heads. Even if they were chosen as a slave, so what? The young ladies of long-life families lived in different worlds from them, the difference too great. It's better if you face reality. Stop daydreaming so much. Someone reminded with a laugh, telling him not to shoot his mouth to avoid provoking disaster. Say, do you all think the Wang family's pearl is extraordinary, or is the Ning family's pearl more formidable? Someone raised this topic. Even though they knew that discussing long-life families like this wasn't too good, to the extent where it was even a bit dangerous, they still couldn't help but compare them. Are you trying to compare their appearances or cultivation? Both. Should be the Wang family's young miss that is more stunning. I heard that she cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. This type of natural talent is enough to overlook the 9 heavens 10 earths. It's not easy to say. Those long-life family inheritors are all extremely mysterious, none of us understanding much about them. Outside the mountain gate, more and more people appeared, this place incredibly noisy. On the ground, all types of barbaric beasts roared. Feathers shone brilliantly in midair. Divine birds spread their wings, filling the sky. It was unknown just how many geniuses came, all for the sake of becoming the follower of another. The competition could be said to be quite fierce. Suddenly, there was a wave of disorder. The savage beasts on the earth all became uneasy, roaring towards the heavens, struggling about, howling and whimpering in this mountain region, wishing to escape. In addition, the divine birds in the skies all began to beat their wings, becoming incredibly noisy. They looked toward a direction, all of them wishing to fly away. A 6-winged ancient beast flew over. It wasn't that large, only a few zhang in length, but it exuded a mountainous aura, suffocating everyone until it was hard for them to breathe. This ancient beast had a horse body, flood dragon head, its body resembling a qilin a bit, but definitely wasn't one. Purple light flickered about its entire body, scales glistening with deep radiance. Apart from this, it had scarlet red vermilion wings, 6 of them in total. It was incredibly heroic, like the mount of a supreme being, making all of the vicious beasts and divine birds feel fear and terror. 6-winged ancient beast, extraordinary after all, practically suppressing all other mounts. Someone said with a sigh, "What a pity, its body hasn't evolved into a true qilin." wings not evolving into perfect vermilion bird wings. Otherwise, it really would be a supreme being mount. Another person said quietly, on that mount sat a male, hair red like blood, a fiery red expanse. He was heroic and imposing, definitely not an ordinary person, but an outstanding individual. This was especially the case with the strand of immortal energy around his body, proving his extraordinariness. It's him, he came again. He comes here once a month, but what a pity hadn't been chosen all this time. Sure Hao listened to their discussions, feeling extremely shocked. This person wished to enter Heavenly Deity Institution, but was actually rejected. In the end, he only has himself to blame. Heavenly Deity Institution already selected him, yet when it was time to check in, he didn't hurry over, only coming after several tens of days, ultimately having his qualifications cancelled by the academy. When Sure Hao heard these words, he was immediately a bit stupefied. It was because he was even worse, only coming today, already many months passing. The six-winged ancient beast's scarlet-haired youngster transmitted sound, extremely willful and stubborn, wishing to enter Heavenly Deity Institution, declaring a challenge here. Truly a pity. He comes here every month when the core disciples come out to find servants and followers. He wants to go into the institution and challenge others. This person didn't wish to become a servant, but rather to challenge true academy disciples, wishing to be chosen and become a core disciple this way. However, Heavenly Deity Institution decided to make an example out of him, not taking him in all this time. Is there a need to reject him like this? This is a good seed. Is he going to be abandoned just like that? Even Sure Hao began to feel a bit of sympathy for this person. Of course, he was worried for himself. If he rushed over like this, if he was chased out and not acknowledged, then that really would be a disaster. There were some who said that Heavenly Deity Institution did this on purpose, that they were trying to foster a different type of student. Even though he wasn't allowed in, the amount of resources he received wouldn't be that lacking. Oh! The six-winged ancient beast roared, shaking the world and splitting the space around it. The ancient beast was that powerful, so one could imagine the strength of its master. Who is making a racket? A few people finally appeared from the mountain gate, coming here to take a look. Several young individuals appeared within the mountain gate at once, one of them laughing coldly and saying, "Zhao Gang, you've come again. You didn't treasure the chance, now it's already too late. You should just leave." It was clear that these were Heavenly Deity Institution students. These individuals cultivated immortal energy, stopping that Zhao Gang riding on the six-winged ancient beast. This battle was unavoidable. Zhao Gang was extremely strong, the six-winged ancient beast extraordinary as well. However, before those individuals he still suffered greatly, because there were several individuals taking action together after all. He was defeated again as expected. Why is Zhao Gang even doing this? Coming here to fight every month, but still unable to join the academy in the end. Someone said with a sigh. The six-winged ancient beast roared, fleeing after being wounded, bringing Zhao Gang away from this place. The void trembled. A green-clothed woman appeared, in her hand a jade sword, the sword radiance like rainbows. Chi-chi sounds rang out endlessly, fighting against those students alone. Sure Hao was quite shocked. This girl cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, strength exceptional. After an intense battle, those individuals were all defeated. Meng Yun has recovered. Due to some reasons, she wasn't able to arrive in Heavenly Deity Institution in time, also forced to remain outside. This has left her quite discontent, often coming here to challenge the students. Someone said. When Sure Hao heard this, his face became wooden, extremely ugly. He felt like he had encountered trouble. Even this type of stunning girl was rejected, not being accepted by Heavenly Deity Institution. This was just too severe, right? If he wanted to enter, it would most likely be troublesome as well. Are there many people like this? Sure Hao asked. Of course not, because there are only a few who came late because of various reasons, ultimately refused after exceeding the time limit for too long. There are only 3 or 4 who have become abandoned disciples. Someone said. Abandoned disciples? Sure Hao was stunned, expression grave. Could it be that he was also one of these destined for rejection? There are some who claim the Academy is doing this on purpose to temper these people, not actually giving up on them. Another added, but this is just too mentally crushing, right? Being called abandoned disciples doesn't sound that good after all. Also, by missing out on the Academy's various resources, it'll hinder their cultivation. There were others who sighed, not believing this type of saying at all.